I mean, I don't know if they're on there. Were we
Okay.
unmuted on Zoom? Hang on. We are muted on Zoom. So this is what I'm gonna do. Quinn, can you go in there, English Zoom, unmute?
Let me see if Randy is. I don't even know who it is.
I don't even know this guy.
It's Randy.
Our boy Ishi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him.
Mm-mm. Who's sharing on there? Let me see.
Me? Right now.
Oh, you did it.
Yeah, that's
You were doing it.
This
Okay.
is
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 21st. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is absent today, and Supervisor Alejo will join us shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
Okay, we will be taking up closed sessions items number 1A and 1B. Is there any public comment on these? See none. The board will recess for these closed session items, and the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County Water Resources will call to order. We have roll call.
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is absent today.
Any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections.
We have item 1A to discuss on there. Is there any public comment on this in closed session? Seeing none, we'll recess for closed session and come back at 10:30.
what's up?
Hi, Lisa. I see you signed in.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Valerie?
We can hear you, and you're a
Okay.
panelist, which is great. So just share your screen.
Okay, I'm going to share it now. And then, so let me ask you this. Do I go on mute or do I stay unmuted for this?
You stay unmuted, right, Alex? Uh-oh.
That's okay. It's because I need 2 seconds.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Just because I touched your panel and I should have touched mine. I'm a fool.
So in order to hear your sound through the Zoom, I would still think you'd have to be unmuted, but Alex walked out. So hold on 1 second.
Okay, so our goal is to show the video, right?
Yes.
All right. And are we going to be talking while the video is going on?
No, it's just a video. And just so you know, I think it's like there's the music doesn't start until about the 5th slide. So there's silence.
Okay.
However, I'm not in an office. I'm in a cubicle. So I wanted to stay muted because I'm all around people. However,
Well,
if I need to go to a conference room, I will so that I can stay unmuted.
okay.
So-
Does she have to stay unmuted while her video is playing?
No, she could be unmuted. She could be mute, whatever she wants to do.
Okay.
And the
So
video,
I'm
we
gonna-
can hear the video with
We
her
will still be able to hear it because
Okay.
but you have to share. When you
Yeah.
go to share screen, you have to share
Uh-huh.
audio as well. There's going to be a little tick box. I think it's in the bottom left when you open up your share screen. Because if you don't click the share audio, we will not
Oh,
hear the
share
music.
sound. Is that it?
There it is, share sound, exactly, yeah.
Okay, all right.
You
So
can
I'm
go
gonna-
ahead and test that right now, and
All
we
right,
can see it
let's
in the
do it.
chambers.
I'm gonna mute myself and then I'm gonna go. So
Okay.
here we go.
Perfect.
When are we doing this one? During this thing? This public?
Can you guys see it?
We can see it, yeah. So we see it in the chambers, we
Okay,
see it
cool.
on Zoom. If you want to
Okay, I'm
skip
going-
to a part that has the music, so we can adjust the volume in
I
here
think
ahead of time.
I think we're getting there right now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go back on mute just to make sure.
And Lisa, real quick, this is to be done during the ceremonial resolution?
Yeah, so I think before they come up, maybe before they come up and present it, we'll do this, and then the chair, like, call it, they have a video, and
Okay,
then go.
okay. And does Chair Church know that we're gonna do this?
We told them that we had a video.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
or I think we said a PowerPoint, and this is the PowerPoint, it just has music. We just did in 2 different versions.
Got you.
That's because of the noise suppression. And
Can you guys hear the music?
no, because we have a little bit now. I know why. I can call Greg and try to work on this because this is noise suppression and it's not necessarily on Zoom.
Well, when you did it, it didn't do that.
I think it's because the way that the audio is being processed from Zoom, because we're taking it from Zoom English.
Can you just share it for us?
Yeah, we can share it again and see how it sounds when I do it.
Lisa, do you want Alex to share it? Because we're having some issues.
Yeah, and you know what? Every time I hit mute,
When you hit mute, we can't hear it.
it stops the music and
Yeah.
it stops
That's
the power,
so
and it stops the
weird.
whole PowerPoint. Yeah, I noticed that too. I was doing a little test right now.
Yeah, I noticed that the first time when you put yourself on mute. Let Alex can share it because the sound
Okay.
comes out better on our end when he shares.
Okay.
So give me
Can I
one
send you guys the
second.
link?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull
Yeah.
it up and stop your share, and then I'm gonna let
Okay.
you listen to it and Valerie, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, because Alex pulled it up earlier and it sounded good. He just has to adjust the volume.
Just make sure to go with the PowerPoint because the video, it's like the music is kind of worse. So we did a couple of tests already, and the PowerPoint seems to run easier.
Okay, Alex is pulling it up, Lisa.
Yeah.
And the audio doesn't sound distorted. Perfect.
No,
Okay.
it sounds
We'll
much better.
pause it, and then we're gonna talk about when you want it up.
He has to go back and forth between the chambers and his room back there.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
We want this to be up when?
During the ceremonial resolutions.
Okay.
So it's this number 4.
Okay. And so I'll just be listening for it, and I know that we have a video attached, something like that, and then I'll get it up and just start it right then.
That's what you want, Lisa?
Yeah, I think just started and then the chair can, or I mean, somebody should say, they have a PowerPoint. Because don't you think we should do it first and then go into the resolution? Wouldn't that be more impactful as opposed to doing the resolution, everybody sit down and then watch it?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm gonna have to put a note on his chair's agenda to call for the PowerPoint to play prior to issuing the resolution.
Yes, and then once this is done, do the resolution. Our staff can come up, Randy can come up, accept it from the chair, and then we're done.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for
Okay.
your help, Lisa.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be online. So if you need anything, call me. Semi has my cell phone number, so you can get a hold of me no matter what.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and move through and get Mallory.
Hi, Diego, can you hear me? Maybe he's not on just yet. Diego?
Sender, Valerie.
Hey, Sammy, thank you. Somebody can hear me.
Yeah, of course.
I see Diego signed in to both, but I don't see him talking. Let me see.
We have to allow, oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see.
Now he's able to,
Yeah, I asked him to unmute. Let me hear him in English first. Diego, I see you.
Can you
Okay, there you are.
can you
Yes,
hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. So you're in English.
Okay,
So
I'm unmuted.
let's put you on mute in the English one, and then let's hear you in Spanish.
Will you unmute me or do I mute myself in the phone?
You could let me mute you in the English one, and in the Spanish one, you should be able to unmute yourself because you're a panelist.
You're getting good at this.
There you go. Diego? Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Yep. You did. Yeah, look at that. 2 minutes and you're in both already.
Muy fantástico, Diego.
So you are good to go. Okay, so when you make the announcement, I'll unmute you so you don't have to do anything, okay? Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Good morning. I'd like to call the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to order. Here at 10:30, reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is absent today.
And our Spanish interpretation services are online. I don't know if it's Diego or Ana, but whichever one of you, please go ahead.
Diego? Diego, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you, Diego. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Adams, would you like to lead us? Do we have any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. We have with us 4 resolutions, 3 which will be presented today. Is there any public comment on any of these resolutions? I see none. With that, bring it back to the board. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We'll look. We're going to have 3 of them with presentations. I'd like to take a look at the Public Works Week one first. Mr. Ishii, there you are. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair, members of the board. Before the staff of the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Department accepts the ceremonial resolution from your board, we have before you that Central IT is bringing up a video presentation that has 2 parts to it. The first part of the presentation, which all of this presentation was thanks to the efforts of staff, primarily Senior Secretary Rowena Reyes, for preparing the video compilation for us. And so the first part of it speaks a little bit to what Public Works does on a daily basis. The second part of the presentation touches on our engagement with the community. Long have we tried to find those opportunities for touch points with the community, and we have long talked about how we are not going to be here forever in our roles. The county must continue on, and we must find those opportunities to engage with the next generation of future road maintenance workers, building maintenance workers, people in the trades, and people who will be professionals, such as engineers, to replace us, to continue the county's mission for our customers, our county constituents, and all of you. And so the second half of the presentation talks about our first ever staff-led public outreach event. We held one down in the community of the South County over at San Lorenzo Park in King City. And the second event was held here in the North County at Northgate Mall. And over at the mall, we also had opportunity to engage not only with the public, but the city of Salinas also brought out their Public Works Department and had their own booth there to also show what the city of Salinas Public Works does on a daily basis for our public. And so, as mentioned, this was a great opportunity for us to get out there and tell the community not only what we do, but garner that interest of the next generation of workers to take our places. And so with that, we'd like to have the presentation brought up on the screen, and then we'll accept the ceremonial resolution. Thank you very much. look forward to many more opportunities like that to come. Thank you very much.
If the Public Works team could join, that'd be great. Thank you.
It's going to be a little bit cozy here.
Yeah, I see that. I hope we have somebody out in the field still.
Oh, yes, not to worry. Our public is taken care of. And Myra? Why don't you come on forward over, Myra? If you don't mind giving the resolution to Myra over here, please. This is Myra Zamora, and she is with our solar yard.
Sorry.
Yes, right in front of me, please. Yes.
So this year is the 64th Annual National Public Works Week, and Monterey County has benefited from public works now for over 170 years. Public Works provides the planning, the design, the construction, and operations and maintenance of our transportation system, public buildings and grounds, special districts, parks and open space, wastewater, stormwater management, emergency management and response, and I'm sure I'm missing a few other things somewhere in there. The Department of Public Works also oversees the 5-year capital improvement program, engineering and development services, the county surveyor, the pavement management program, and litter abatement program. As we've seen on through these video that Public Works just showed us, Public Works officials and staff work to ensure the health and safety and comfort of all Monterey County residents. And you know, all Monterey County residents should really take an interest in Public Works and the programs that go on in this community, because this department is the wheel that drives this county.
Well said.
Without you, we can't operate. Our economy can't operate. People can't get to work. People can't enjoy life. This is really, truly one of the most important departments I think we have. It's very underappreciated because a lot of times we only see them when there's an emergency or a bad road, or as what happened out in my part of the county out in Hall Road, where there was a sinkhole developed on Hall Road, which gets about 20,000 cars a day coming through, and they were able to go and repair this without shutting down the road, which is a really great accomplishment. So it's really a great honor that I'm going to present this, as I can free my hands up. Here we go. A great honor to present it to the entire department and for everything that you folks have done. And I want to give whoever, Randy, you want to be the one speaking here?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Chair Church. And you've summarized the meaning of this Public Works Week and what all this department does on a daily basis very well, very accurately. As Supervisor Chair Church said, every employee that you see before you and those who could not be able to be here today, they are the spokes of the county wheel that keep the county going. It's everybody ranging from the entry-level road maintenance helper to the building maintenance worker to the project manager to the senior civil engineer, all the way up to the chief level. Day in, day out, every day, and sometimes 7 days out of the week during an emergency, they are always working, serving our public. This week marks the 64th Annual Public Works Week, and the theme for this year is Advancing Quality of Life for All. That could not be truer of what they do on a daily basis. Whether it's patching a pothole on the road, making the road safe, whether it's taking care of the 2.5 million plus square feet of county buildings that are maintained on a daily basis, or redesigning a building, or preparing the 5-year capital improvement plan, laying out the framework for the county of what we're going to do in the next 5 years. All the way up to seeing the completion of a new building or a newly repaved road or a new bridge, and also how can we forget maintaining our 30,000 acres of parks and open space throughout the county, ranging from Royal Oaks Park in the north, south to our lake recreational areas of Lake Nacimiento. So it's all thanks to them that the county is able to continue its mission. And with that, we thank you very much, and we thank the board and our public for this recognition for us today. And if you like, Chair Church, I can hand the floor back to you and to the board members.
Anybody on the board wants to make any comments? But there we are, Mary.
Thank you so much. I know many of you know, and many of you have experienced my district. I know that you're out there on so many different occasions. It tickles me when I drive by and I see a Monterey County truck, and I know it's you guys fixing one more mess in District 5. But I just really, from my heart, want to thank you so much. You know, whether it's in the middle of the night and you're out trying to take care of the levee over the sandbar over in Carmel, or whether you're in one of the parks, you know, you just are so willing to get out there and help. And each of you has some special tribute or some special attribute that you bring to the table. And I know I've had the opportunity to chat with a bunch of you from time to time, and I just want you to know how much you're appreciated. You truly are. The residents that live in District 5 understand the importance of the work that you do, and they're very, very grateful, as am I. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to also really thank each of you for being true heroes in our community. We know that you work very hard every single day, but it's in the most challenging of times as well that you guys were there before the challenge came, during, and afterwards. And I think from everybody that I heard from all over our county, they're really appreciative of what Public Works has done. So you are true professionals in every sense of the word, dedicated to serving our community. And I want to thank all of you for your many years of service here in Monterey County, but also our leadership team in the Public Works Department, Randy Ishii, and all your management team. You guys are true professionals, and I appreciate how you embrace and show respect to your entire team, and also how you have reached out to the community to think about who are the future leaders in the Public Works Department here in Monterey County. So I just want to say muchas gracias. I take my hat off to you out of respect and appreciation. Thank you very much.
And I'll wrap it up. I often find myself in a minivan full of middle school boys, and we drive around town, and I'm they're so tired of it, but I'm constantly putting, will you see that patch of road right there? Will you see those trees right there? Like, your county did that. Our folks did that. Those are careers that are waiting for you in our community to be of service and to make our roads, our facilities, our buildings, our parks, the place that we love to call home. So I just want to, we see your work every day. You don't get to hear from us every day about how much we appreciate you. I just drove my mom over part of Del Bonte Road that you guys fixed up for us when we put in a plea for help. I got all excited, and I don't know, maybe it's not for everyone, but it's really, really, I see and call out the work that you guys are doing, and just really, really appreciate the fact that you're all here today with us, and that you give us this opportunity to celebrate. The final thing I'll just say is, you know, we've got a lot of, there's a lot on your plate, and the fact that you're able to work in such a strategic, intentional, organized fashion, keeping track of all of the different roads that need support, just the amount, the breadth of responsibility that sits on the shoulders of Public Works is tremendous. And the fact that you collectively are able to divide and conquer, make sure we're covering all of our bases, and responding when we have these crises that come up. We've got the best Public Works team around, and we're really grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't you come down and join in the picture, since everybody else is here already, too? We can... Do you need to go to... Ma'am?
right?
If you go all the way to the back, will you be able to do it?
I'm going to raise my hand. I'm over here.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Let's go take the back of the office now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, John, for bringing us out. Thank you, Church.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good job. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Get hired by height. Right? Right?
So the next resolution is for Emergency Medical Services Week. Deborah? Yes, Deborah Hopgood.
Good morning.
So not to be forgotten, and just as important, this is Emergency Medical Services Week. And access to quality emergency care dramatically improves survival and recovery rates for those who experience sudden illness or injury. And emergency medical services provides other out-of-hospital services, including preventive medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. Members of the EMS team participate in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education. So today we recognize the 50th anniversary of EMS Week with the theme, Honoring Our Past, Forgiving Our Future. Forging Our Future, excuse me. Yes, reading a little too fast there. Honoring our past and forging our future. And celebrate the essential life-saving services members of the EMS team provide to our communities, which this is, when we're facing a crisis, an individual crisis, these are the people that are there. And I don't think there's any way we can really thank you enough, because when we need you, and you are there, and that is just really, really, really important. So thank you very much. Pass this resolution.
Thank you very much.
Want me to hold that for you?
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Thank you very much. I am pleased and honored to be here to accept this resolution on behalf of our EMS system. And it truly is a system comprised of many different agencies and organizations throughout the county who all come together to provide the highest quality of care to the residents of and visitors to Monterey County. So I'm pleased to accept this on behalf of our dispatchers, who are the first people to answer the call through 911 and provide the initial screening, to our first responders who come out and initiate care to the public, and then our EMTs and paramedics who provide more advanced care to the members of the public, right on through to our workers in the hospital who care for the patients once they arrive there. Happy to have accepted on behalf of all those people, and I would also like to recognize our EMS agency team, who does much of the work behind the scenes to provide the structure and coordination for the EMS system. So with us today are Kimberly Hernandez, Steve Brooks, and Blake Anderson, all members of the EMS agency team. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a little easier one.
Okay. I'm tucking.
right. Next, are we on? Yep. Okay. Next up, I'm pleased to welcome Jacqueline Simone with me today to receive and accept a resolution recognizing May 25th, 2024 as George Floyd Remembrance Day. I'm going to read the whereas statements here. There's not a lot of them, but I think they are significant and meaningful. So whereas George Floyd tragically lost his life on May 25th, 2020, sparking a global movement for racial justice and equality, whereas George Floyd's death reignited a necessary conversation about police brutality and systemic racism in our society, whereas George Floyd was a beloved son, father, brother, and friend, known for his gentle spirit and positive impact on his community, whereas we honor the memory of George Floyd because of the tragic circumstances surrounding his death, but truly because of the life he lived and the change his story has inspired. And whereas it is vital to continue the fight for racial justice, ensuring that such a tragedy never happens again, therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county, therefore honors May 25th, 2024 as George Floyd Remembrance Day in Monterey County. And I will present this to you, Ms. Jacqueline. And there is a group of folks in our community who have taken it upon themselves to, through volunteer efforts, organize an annual Day of Remembrance where there's opportunities for learning and engagement and conversation, where we bring all sectors of the community together to learn and grow together. And if you would like to just make a few comments about the event that's coming up.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Board. This is a very important day. May 25th, 2020 should be a day that's etched in all of our minds, thoughts, spirits. It's a day that I'll never forget. I cannot unsee what we saw on nationwide international TV. The fact that an individual said, "I can't breathe," should also stay with you and stick with you. This remembrance and the fact that you are acknowledging how important this is through your words is important to the community. A number of people convened and gathered with myself and others, City of Seaside, the Police Department, Black Caucus, NAACP. I want to make sure I mention this. The Village Project, Cast Action Alliance. This is a group of women that got together and said, enough. So they started a book club to learn more about the African American community. There's 16 of them at the time. 14 were Caucasian, 2 are African American. They decided that they wanted to make a difference. So I say to you, what did you do? Have you done anything? We can never forget this, what we're doing today, is acknowledging that. What I did is to convene these individuals. The other important area here is to say, what is it about? I chose to, because I'm an educator, decide to get educators together, to get systems and police department and the DA's office and such to work with us, to learn, to understand, to teach, but mostly to heal from this. Because we must in order to move forward. So it is in that effort that we accept a wonderful acknowledgement and remembrance, but remember what it stood for. Someone had to literally die in order for this to happen across the nation. And I so appreciate millennials and those that stood up first in other countries before our country acknowledged the levels of racism and systemic issues and bias that we've dealt with forever, 400 years, if you're within the African American community. But I say this in an effort to join hands, to join hearts, souls, spirits, to decide what can we do to move this forward. Today, this is what that is. So I thank each and every one of you in that effort, because not all cities, not all counties, not all states recognize how important this is. So in closing, thank you. We appreciate it. If you're not doing anything, Saturday, come to the Oldemeyer Center. We'll have our 3rd annual Community Engagement and Building Communities, Building Bridges Symposium. The DA is speaking, a number of chiefs will be there. Community will be acknowledging, and this is really important. I'm a teacher. We sometimes talk a lot, but this is an important thing to say. One other thing I convened is to get police officers and youth to start learning about each other. We have to humanize each other. And so that's something that we started. So with that in mind, those individuals will have at least 20 police officers, volunteer time, energy, effort, 30 to 40 kids also working with us. I had them sit down, have Subway sandwiches, and do activities so they could learn about each other. And they have. So for the past 3 years, there's been public service agent officers out there working with us and helping us, and there's been youth and parents helping to bridge that gap and learn. So that's the key. That's the key about it. So this weekend, Oldemeyer Center, 12 o'clock. Go online, the flyers everywhere.
We'll have information posted on our website.
So register on the QR code. There will be, refreshments. We want to make sure we provide enough for everyone, but it'd be great for us to have your information so that we can acknowledge that as well. So thank you for the time, energy, effort, and if you heard anything I said, remember, we can never forget, and we only can learn by moving forward and just do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, we'll have information about the event on our social media. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacqueline. With this, we'll move on to appointments. We have 4 appointments. Is there any public comment on any of these?
There's been a hand raised. It's a phone number ending in 837, but I'm not sure if
837, this is comments regarding the appointments on the agenda, items 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, thank you. There is no public comment. I'll bring it back here to the board. Moved by Supervisor Alejo. Second, Supervisor Adams. All those in favor to approve the appointments? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. So items 17 through 45. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar, items 17 through 45? Seeing none?
Through the chair, I need to recuse myself from item number 34, which is an item related to an amendment of a contract for Ecology Action. I do sit on the nonprofit board of Ecology Action, so I will not be voting on that item.
Okay, we'll take that one separately. Supervisor Adams, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, I have a couple of questions that I wanted to ask on item number 36.
36. Anything else? Just that? If you want to go ahead and ask your questions.
Yes, thank you. Item 36 is to authorize the submission of a federal budget fiscal year 2025 community project funding request for the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. And I read the information, which is just terrific, but I just wanted to know what department will be administering the grant, and if we're sure that 15% of the $4 million, which I think comes up to be $316,741, is going to be enough to cover the 100% of the county's time working on this particular project.
see anybody raise.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. This is Nick Chulos. Can you hear me in the chambers there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I believe that the administrative amount is a fixed amount, and I believe that would be sufficient to administer the grant. My recommendation would be that this grant would be administered through Public Works, Parks and Facilities, unless CAO De La Rosa sees it any differently than that.
I concur. We have Director Ishii available to speak to the item as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. An excellent question, Supervisor Adams. Implementation of the grants is always the part where the rubber hits the road, as the adage goes. This item was brought to us and brought to our attention by representatives of the Salinas Regional Soccer Authority, and thus the request became a request for a federal earmark to be facilitated with the support of the county, as the county is the owner of the land. And so we would be serving as that vehicle to get to the congressperson's office to request that federal earmark. So should that federal earmark be won, because we are the stewards of the land, we look at this as a combined effort amongst the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department, as well as Salinas Regional Soccer Authority and other departments as necessary when that time comes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that I appreciate Lindsay LaRae-Broles and the department's leadership on this. Obviously, I think most of the work is going to be done by the Salinas Sports Authority, but because they're not an eligible entity to apply for it, that's why the county is lead as the property owner. These efforts, because this bringing in $1 million to realize and further the goals of the sports soccer complex is a really a great asset for the community of Salinas and our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, then, we will take up items 17 through 45, not including item 34. Okay, move in a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And then we'll take up item 34 if... Yeah.
I'll approve item 34.
Okay, we have motion
to approve, yeah.
34.
Second?
Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. With that, we will recess the Board of Supervisors and take up the Baranda County Sanitation District. May we call to order the Sanitation District, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Director Lopez, who is absent today.
We have one item on the consent calendar. This is to adopt an ordinance for the collection of sewer charges through the Monterey County Property Tax Roll. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this item? Anybody else? Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lorena Weldon. I am with the Alliance Group of Pajaro, and I am here to...
This is for Baranda.
Oh,
We will take
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll wait.
All right, it'll come up right next. Sure.
I'll move approval.
Okay, was there anybody else? There was nobody online, correct? Okay, yeah, we'll close public comment. Yep, move to approve by Supervisor Alejo.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. That will move to general public comment on the Baranda County Sanitation District. If there is anybody who would like to speak on general issues there, I see none. With that, we'll adjourn the Baranda County Sanitation District and bring up the Barrow County Sanitation District. May we have a roll call for that, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Director Lopez, who is absent today.
Thank you. And the consent calendar we'll take up, which is to collection of the sewer charges to the Monterey County payroll tax. And we do have public comment on it.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lorena Weldon. I'm with the Alliance Group of Pajaro, and today I'm here to comment on that. And one of the questions we have is if the fees are being increased due to the spill of 2017, and also want to comment on why you've had a low attendance on the meetings to inform the community about the increase. The community has been extremely busy acquiring their documents that they lost during the flood to submit to the recovery program. program. There's an extensive amount of documents that had to be done. And so we are requesting another meeting, and the Alliance Group will make sure that you have a high attendance so you can hear how this is going to be a hardship to the community. The second thing I'm going to jump in since I'm here is that we are having issues with the recovery program. The files were submitted and they're being returned to the community members, and now they're being asked for items that were not in the original item list to be submitted. So we would like another meeting for somebody to talk to us and explain why that is happening. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for everything you've done for Pájaro. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a couple of items. One, if you want to contact my office regarding the matters on the with the rebuilding, the 20 million on the on
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
we're
you.
happy to do that. Also, this was actually for payroll. I'm not going through payroll, but
Got
going
it.
through the tax roll. This afternoon is when we really have the public hearing.
Okay,
On the-
well, I'm so sorry. I'm new
that's
at
okay.
this, but I'll get better at it, and I'll learn how to read this whole thing, but it was important for us to have a presence today here.
Yes, it's
Thank
so
you
well
so
noted,
much.
and it is a bit confusing, I understand.
Yes, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this matter in the consent calendar? Is there anybody online?
I move approval.
Move to approve. Second, for Supervisor Askew. All those in favor? Please, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And with that, we will
The comment on items not in the agenda.
general public comment, yes, sorry. Is there any general public comment on the Broward County Sanitation District? I see none, and none online. Thank you. With that, we will adjourn the recess, excuse me. Yes, thank you. The recess, the Broward County Sanitation District, because we will be taking it up again this afternoon, and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is absent today.
Thank you. With that, we'll move now to general public comments for the Board of Supervisors on items that are not on today's agenda, and you would have 2 minutes to speak. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on items not on today's agenda for the Board of Supervisors? I see none. Online, I believe we probably have phone number 837.
Yep.
Okay.
We do 837.
Yes, 837, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes for public comment on.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen. There's a big genocide going on that the U.S. is enabling against the Palestinian people. Why is nobody concerned about them? You know, I mean, you know, you love to celebrate Martin Luther King, but you don't do what he says. And he really spoke against the military-industrial complex. But as Jesus said, we like to condemn the sins of our fathers or whatever, but not the present-day whores. And literally, people are being genocided over there, women and children and mass graves. And yet, George Floyd, you know, I've heard he was a criminal or drug addict, but I don't know. He certainly was murdered, and that was wrong and very bad. There's a lot of heroes out there. It's just everything seems, you know, you all congratulate yourself so much, but the public doesn't necessarily feel that way about politicians. I'm sorry. And, you know, so many trees are being cut down, precious trees, precious living things, and they're hardly given a hearing. So many, I'm not sure that you really make the world a better place. Maybe you all seem to be so self-congratulatory. It's just it seems more about big money than the people, development, like with the surf project. Who's going to ride bus number 20 if they don't ride it already? And the thing actually doesn't speed up traffic. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If we have anybody else online? Nobody else online? With that, we'll close general public comments and move to item 12, scheduled matters, which is to receive a presentation from the development set-aside agencies. Mr. Vaughn?
Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager for the county. We have a quick presentation for you from our 4 development set-aside partners. And they are providing updates from the current fiscal year and then going into next fiscal year. What you have up on the dais is the work plans for next fiscal year that were submitted. Those are draft, just for you to receive and to review. They will be revising those based upon the last board meeting where some of those numbers were revised. And we'll go ahead and we'll call up the first presenter. Actually be presenting via Zoom will be Rob O'Keefe, President and CEO of C Monterey. Rob, if you're online.
Rob, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead. Okay.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I've been able to hear you. Please go ahead.
You can hear me. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to share screen. Well,
Rob, I have the presentation up if you'd like to just tell me when to advance.
oh, okay. That would work great. Sorry. Let me just take that off then. Stop share. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair Church and supervisors and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to get before you today, even though I'm not before you today. I'm not there. I'm actually in Las Vegas, where my daughter graduated high school last night. So very happy for her, and I'm very happy for the county of Monterey because she is relocating to our county to go to CSUMB in the very near future. So that's why I'm not there at the moment.
And Rob, I just want to also urge you to try to do, and everybody to do the presentation about 8 to 10 minutes for all the agencies. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think I can name that tune in 6 minutes. On that, Richard, if you go to the next slide. This is just a recap of where we were last year. Just to give you a full scope of what your investment in destination marketing nets overall throughout the county. The trips, over 330,000 visitor trips generated, over $712 million of visitor spending. What C Monterey does based on the investment from our various jurisdictions, including the county, accounts for about 30% of total demand. And when we look about it from groups and meetings, there's over $44 million generated from people who come here for conferences and meetings. And by the way, people who come here for conferences and meetings generally spend about 158% the amount of a leisure visitor, and they usually come without their cars. So we have both a high value traveler and we have traffic mitigation. It's very valuable for us as a county. It's also very valuable for our competitors who compete very heavily to get that visitor. You can go to the next slide, please, Richard. So this is just some highlights from this year, from the county's investment in destination marketing. And this is ROI for the unincorporated county only. Overall contribution in generating 567,000 trips to Monterey County. We launched a new campaign this year. Part of our effort and focus for that new campaign was to draw attention to the smaller communities, ranging from Moss Landing to South County to King City. King City, as a matter of fact, was in our national television spot this year. That was intentional, and the research that we've done has shown that it's working. And people want to see that. People want to know about the off the beaten path communities and opportunities and experiences, and that's happening. Just for the unincorporated county, we've booked 24 groups that come close to $3 million in economic impact. We've done a variety of fam trips throughout the county. We are driving business to the businesses that don't have marketing in and of themselves. We have about 1,200 members, by the way. About 250 of those members are the hotels. Almost 1,000 are the many other businesses who participate in the tourism economy. The smaller businesses in particular who don't have marketing, sales and marketing capabilities in and of themselves. And there's a variety of other things that we've done. And this report was sent to the Board of Supervisors previously, so I will spend no more time on. You can go to the next slide, please. We talked about going to the next level in this current fiscal year and what that next level looks like based on both the hotel assessment and the jurisdiction investments. We were able to do things that we've never been able to do before. Here's a smattering of what that looks like. From running ads and programming that we've never been able to do, getting regional and national reach throughout social, television, digital advertising. We did a program with the U.S. Women's Open, I think you might remember, in Pebble Beach, that created benefit throughout the entire destination, not just Pebble Beach. It was a destination-wide event. We've participated in air service growth, and the things that we've done this year are helping make possible that new flight coming out of the Midwest in August, working closely with our partners at Visit Carmel and the Monterey Regional Airport, of course. We've launched a Spanish language marketing initiative that focuses on domestic as well as in Mexico. And you may have heard last week from one of our folks who spoke on public comment about a new history and heritage campaign that's just about to launch. Next slide, please. The one thing I want to really draw emphasis on, and I think it's really important for us to know, is that there was a report last week that Visit California issued that showed that the state as a whole had recovered to 2019 levels. A lot of that's driven by the bigger destinations, as you might imagine, Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange County, and others. We're not there yet. And I wanted to compare us to another smaller destination that really hit the gas going into the pandemic, and they have the ROI that shows. If you compare us, right, this past year, this is 2023 spending, we were at $2.96 billion. In 2019, we're at $3.2 billion. We're not there yet. We're actually about 8% down. Now, SLO, San Luis Obispo, they almost doubled their budget early into COVID, and they hit the gas hard. And right now, they're about 14% over where they were in 2019. This just demonstrates that when you go after the business, when you invest heavily and you're aggressive in this very competitive business, the results will show for that. The other point that I would make on this is when we talk to you about destination marketing, we tend to focus a lot on TOT. TOT is obviously extremely important. It is the engine that drives the tourism economy, but it is not the tourism economy. The tourism economy is a $3 billion business. So the TOT is a bed tax. It's absolutely critical because that destination marketing that you invest helps keep that going. But think about the restaurants, the shops, the attractions, and all the other businesses that benefit from hospitality and tourists. That's where we need to continue to go after and go after more aggressively. Next slide, please. Where we're at right now, we're still at a gap in terms of how we can compete. This chart shows you the amount of dollars per room per year that we can invest. We're about $1,050, a little over $1,000 per room per year with our 12,000 rooms. On the left, you can see where our competitive set is in terms of the dollars that they have available to market their destinations. We're not there yet. The hotels stepped up with their assessment in this year, but we're still lagging. But at least we have a chance to be in the game, and we're making the best use of that. Go to the next slide, please. We want to build on in the coming year what we've been able to accomplish in this year. And again, it's going to take strategic planning, strategic focus, and investment. We want to build a strategic roadmap. We're doing an update that will be launched at our annual meeting. That's going to include a resident sentiment study that's in progress right now. We've sent a survey out. You've all received it. Probably everybody in the chambers and on Zoom has received this or have the opportunity to. We want to hear what residents think. We want to build on their input as well. And then we're investing in things. We're building a new website. We're bringing artificial intelligence to bear. We're going to do a brand launch for our meetings and luxury segments. And obviously, Big Sur is a huge part of this, and we're going to focus on the Big Sur North that is still available even before the slides are cleared. Next slide, please. That's it in summary. I think I might have shaved a couple of minutes, but I'm happy to answer any questions unless you would rather wait until everyone of the DSAs have presented.
The board like to do questions individually? Would you like to just wait? I say we wait. Yes. Okay. Very good. We'll wait. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. And next up, we have our Monterey County Business Council, and presenting will be Paul Farmer, COO.
Good morning, Supervisors and CEO de la Rosa and County Council. Paul Farmer, I'm delivering the presentation today on behalf of Monterey County Business Council because I'm the Chief Operating Officer, which means it's my job to make sure the trains run on time, and the trains are all running on time. So we're very pleased to say that we're delivering on our commitments to the county and to other stakeholders, and away we go. So the overview of our programs, as many of you know, I should quiz you sometime. We have the Apex Accelerator that does counseling and webinars, direct assistance to businesses that want to identify, win, and retain government contracts. We were recently awarded the Small Business Development Center this quarter. We've got Leadership Monterey County is running along great. And in addition to that, we also have our monthly membership lunches, as well as our leadership of the Monterey County Business Alliance and participation and support of the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance. Leadership Monterey County. So we have now completed the 4th session. This last week was Government and Law Day. And we are very pleased with the effort that we put to the selection of the cohort. We work very hard to make sure we're reaching into underrepresented parties of the county, including South County in particular. And we have also been able to provide some scholarships and some payment plans for some people so that money is not a factor. We're also working with the Community Foundation on helping link up the people who graduate from our Leadership Monterey County program with nonprofits and others who can use their skills. So in February, we did Hospitality Day. I'll just give high level. So Richard, if you want to go to the next one. And then we did Education Day, where they go out and talk to Dr. Gus and the Hartnell College there. So they get out there and talk to leaders within the community. So we're very proud of the program. This is our 5th cohort going through, and everything is going smoothly. The next, we love to share the numbers on the Accelerator. Our goal for 2024 was $25 million for the whole year. And this slide represents what we have delivered in the first 3 quarters. So we've already surpassed the goal for contract awards for the year, showing over $37 million. And then you can see the breakdown by Q1, Q2, and Q3 there. So Apex is going well. Next slide, please. This shows just the clients who have been served, broken down in different ways. Again, a lot of focus on BIPOC, women-owned, service-disabled. Again, this is for the first 3 quarters of the year. So again, we're reaching out to those people who most need us and helping helping them to win contracts that help their businesses. When we look at what does that mean as far as jobs created, when we take that $37.7 million and we take a number from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, where the 2023 median value of a job was $61,000. So if you just divide that $37.7 million by 61,000, we end up with an estimate of 613 jobs that were either created or retained. Again, that's just for the first 3 quarters. And the Small Business Development Center. We want to give a huge thank you to the Board of Supervisors, because you will recall that we came to you when we were seeking funds. We needed matching funds to be able to win this contract with the SBDC. And the County of Monterey really stepped up and helped us with $64,000 that helped us to meet our local match. every one of the cities that we went to said yes. We only asked them for $5,000 each and $10,000 if they were also going to host an outreach center, which was for the city of Monterrey and the city of Soledad. So we also have the city of San Juan Bautista, and we're working, because we only had a couple of weeks to put all that together. I think it was pretty phenomenal what we were able to do. And we're also reaching out to San Benito and Hollister to have hopefully have an outreach center over there as well, so that we're serving both San Benito and Monterey counties. And about 3 weeks ago, we hired our new SBDC director. His name is Roger Gilbert. And I can leave this behind with you all. Our staff will reach out to all of you to invite you. In June, we'll be doing grand opening at our main site here in Salinas, but also in Soledad and in Monterrey. So we'll invite you if you would like to come, meet some of the business advisors, meet some of our staff, and talk about what we'll be doing. So we think it should be a big improvement over what the Small Business Development Center was before, because our staff is fully bilingual, and we're going to meet them closer to where they are. So starting off, we're going to be in those outreach centers, but we also recognize if you live in King City, it's still maybe not easy to go to Soledad. So we'll also plan to have a regular schedule where we're visiting all the different parts of the county. So again, this wouldn't have been possible if the county hadn't stepped up. And we appreciate that. And we also appreciate Supervisor Askew had spoken about looking for longer-term funding. And let's go ahead to the next slide. And here's what that was. I mean, I think it was Supervisor Lopez who made the initial motion, but Wendy said, look, we know that you're going to need money longer term. You need to figure out so that you don't keep coming to us each time. So we worked with each of the supervisors and with Richard and the Economic Development Committee to seek being built into the DSA formula. And our request was that we be brought in at 5% instead of a flat amount. And we're happy to say that that's what the staff recommendation is. It's ended up being 0.46. So when all is said and done for next year, we'll be just shy of 190. But this is how we invest that money. 100 will go to the Apex Accelerator program. 65 will go to that SBDC local match, which we'll have to do each year. And then the remainder will support Leadership Monterey County and our business programming. I believe that's my last slide. There you go. All right. 3 minutes early. Thank you. And I'll leave these up. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you.
And next up, we have our Monterey County Film Commission, and we have, I believe, both Karen Nordstrand, Film Commissioner, and Moira LaMountain, Office Administrator for the Film Commission.
Good morning, Chair Church and Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of the updates and accomplishments and impact of the nonprofit Monterey County Film Commission, a DSA partner. I am Karen Nordstrand, your Monterey County Film Commissioner, and joining me is Moira LaMountain, our Film Office Administrator. We know that film works as an economic engine for Monterey County, and we encourage film and media productions to produce here, helping ensure productions and their jobs stay in the state. We're proud, as Moira will say, to bring lights, camera, and economic action to Monterey County through the film industry.
There's a wide range of projects that come to film here, from feature films.
If you could be just a little speaker closer to the microphone, sorry.
Yes. We have a wide range of projects that come to film here in Monterey County, from feature films and TV shows to music videos, documentaries, and travelogues, as well as commercial ads, fashion shoots, and so much more. More than $134 million has come into Monterey County communities through on-location filming since we were established by this esteemed body in 1987. Next slide, please.
In the first 9 months of this fiscal year, we welcomed the productions that are listed here, including the exciting TV show Unexpected Business, which is one of Korea's top 3 shows. The Korean TV stars came here, local shoppers were featured. They stayed in a week filming at Marina's Asian Market, with the crew staying in a local hotel. They built a restaurant extension and ultimately provided exposure for the local Korean community and its ties to Fort Ord. And when the series aired, it put the spotlight on the cultural richness of our area, as well as our beautiful Monterey County locations, which should add for potential future international tourism. Carmel Valley, Salinas Valley, and Big Sur ranches were in fashion for recent shoots for Duluth Clothing and LL Bean, while the spotlight was on Villa Azteca Restaurant in downtown Salinas when KQED TV's Check Please Bay Area came to film. Next slide.
In the 9-month reporting period, this chart shows that despite challenging impacts of weather, road closure, and film industry union strikes, we are at 81% of our film production goal, but only 66% of our economic goal, given the smaller productions coming out of the strike. There have been 92 productions so far this year with a local spend of $2.49 million. The lower left chart shows 1.5 million impressions, eyeballs, on our advertising and promotional efforts, and we've had 37 collaborations and partnerships with local businesses and organizations throughout Monterey County. Next slide, please.
We create advertising to highlight the variety of locations within the county and to offer our free services to the film industry. Placements are statewide, nationwide, and global in media outlets that go directly to the film professionals, as well as to worldwide film festivals such as Cannes. We collaborate for savings with co-op promotions, affiliating with organizations such as Film Liaisons in California statewide, the Location Managers Guild International, the National Film USA Group, Association of Film Commissioners International, and the California Film Commission. And we represent the county at film industry events and location trade shows as well. Next slide.
The California Film Commission is an economic development department within the Governor's Office of Business Development and Business and Economic Development, referred to as GoBiz. GoBiz works to attract and retain, expand business opportunities in California. The California Film Commission administers a state film tax credit incentive program, now on version 3.0, which recently was extended to $330 million each year to help stop runaway productions to other states. The incentive program benefits below-the-line workers, not the celebrities. Most entertainment jobs are created by small businesses with fewer than 10 employees. Making a $2 million movie in California is going to create 59 jobs and generate $215,000 in state and local tax revenue. Programs 1, 2, and 3 in total have approved 671 projects, relocated 32 TV series to California, hired 188,000 crew and professionals, and provided $2.9 billion in tax credits. Since the Film Incentive Program began in 2009, film producers in the program have spent $24 billion in California. We like that there is an up to 10% credit boost for selected productions that film outside the LA zone, particularly here in Monterey County. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, there are so many job opportunities in the film production. We work closely with location scouts who are assigned to find locations that realize the director's vision. Once the location's been selected, so many other professional crew positions are filled, ideally with locals. Most productions spend on support services such as hotels, catering, props, and everything from motorhomes to portable toilets. Film crew also spend their per diems on dining, shopping, and other activities in support of our local businesses. Our Film Commission's online production resource guide allows crew and businesses to list for free and to promote their availability to be hired by productions filming on location here. Next slide, please.
While a Big Little Lies TV series doesn't come around all the time, this chart does illustrate how the spend breaks out proportionately for many productions. This graphic was prepared by the California Film Commission and HBO. reflecting their accounting of nearly $3.7 million spent during their 34 shoot days in Monterey County for season 2 alone. So that's an average of about $108,000 a day. More than 1,000 extras were hired, and $234,000 was spent in local wages. With a crew of 100 to 150, it meant $2,413,000 was spent for accommodations alone, and of course that includes TOT taxes. Big Little Lies star Nicole Kidman, by the way, has dropped Hollywood hints that a third season may be in the works. We cannot tell a Big Little Lie. We certainly hope that our sites would be included in any future production that they would bring, again, a big boost to Monterey County's economy. Next slide. The County of Monterey benefits from MCFC through the TOT revenue generated from year-round production spend. We keep Monterey County top of mind as a film option. The Film Commission saves the county money as many production requests are time-consuming to assist, I can account for, and our staff promptly handles the various questions that they may have. And we respond immediately in this fast-moving, highly competitive business. We also provide opportunities for locals to get work and to update their industry experience. And I'm Association of Film Commissioners International Certified Film Commissioner, actually just one of about 40 in our worldwide organization of nearly 400 film offices. So they're all seeking this lucrative business of film production for their areas. So with the professional training I've received, I can speak the language of the film professionals and who are coming to seek guidance and the connections they need to successfully and promptly complete their shoots here, keeping Monterey County's film-friendly reputation. Last slide.
Those that we have assisted are often filled with gratitude for the help. As one LA head of production states, "We all want to thank you so much for being so helpful and supportive of our production. You and your staff are unbelievably responsive and a real resource to us filmmakers. If given the opportunity, we will definitely be coming back up north to shoot." This concludes our presentation, and we appreciate your time and continued financial support of the DSA program in the coming year. And we're available for questions at the end.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of Arts for Monterey County.
Good morning, Chair Church, Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County. As you may know, many counties in this state have their own arts and cultural department. But as Supervisor Adams has said a few times, is that if the Monterey County had their own department, they would need to invest 2 to 3 times the amount that's invested in the Arts Council. And because of our efforts to match that investment, the Arts Council is now the 6th largest arts council in the state out of 58 counties, right below Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley has an economic impact of the arts of $368 million. We came in at $320 million. That's pretty good for our little county, I believe. So in our current work plan, we have 3 focus areas. The first one is economic development. Public funding of the arts is an investment with a high yield. For every dollar invested in the arts, $6 are returned in state and local tax revenue. The arts are a powerful economic driver that not only enriches cultural life, but also generates significant economic benefits by creating jobs, attracting tourism, revitalizing communities, fostering innovation, and diversifying the economy. The arts play a crucial role in sustainable economic growth and development. Investing in the arts is an investment in the overall prosperity and vitality of our community. And I believe the state of California is realizing what an economic driver it is, because they are now proposing that the California Arts Council is under the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So you can see we do this by our re-granting program. We've already given out $233,000 this year. We plan to award another $100,000 in the next month. This helps increase capacity for local nonprofits to expand art programs and events. We also facilitate, excuse me, next slide. This was at the last award ceremony. We have another one coming up on June 18th, and we hope you all will attend. We also facilitate access to underrepresented artists and groups, next slide, please, in accessing our resources and services. We also provide affordable studios, artist studios, to emerging artists. And we also provide project-specific grants to historically excluded artists and arts organizations in Salinas Valley and North and South County. We opened the Artworks at Salinas last fall. The one in Seaside, unfortunately, is closing at the end of this month. We are going to be looking for another site on the peninsula. And we also curate, the next slide, please, the art installation here in the Government Center. Thank you all who attended, was that last week? the ceremony. It has over 30 artists in it and 70 pieces of art. Okay, the other focus area is tourism. Oh, and also, of course, the murals we do. Tourism, the arts make communities vibrant, welcoming, and desirable to visitors from all over the world. Looking at large festivals such as Cali Roots and Monterey Jazz Festival, over 80% of the attendees come from outside the county, increasing the TOT for the county. We also deepen visitor engagement by increasing online advertising, expanding our social media, and continuously updating specialized apps such as our self-guided tour, the cultural road trips led by the Monterey County See Monterey. It's on the See Monterey's website and on our website. We also promote the cultural road trip with local newspapers during the AT&T concourse and other big events. We also have a strong effort recruiting arts organizations to join See Monterey's membership and cross-promote events. And as you can see, we also support festivals and concerts with funding, consultations, promotion by providing funding and promoting on social media for Monterey Jazz Festival, Cali Roots, West End, Carmel Bach Festival, Monterey Symphony, and many more. Next slide, please. And our third focus is on workforce and business development. The arts are a dynamic contributor to the small business sector. Artists are nearly 3.5 times more likely than the total U.S. workforce to be self-employed. We support emerging artists to launch and expand their businesses through grants, grant support, and mentorship. We have another grant program where we'll be awarding over $100,000 to individual artists next month. I think we have about 21 grants going out. We also provide free professional development programs on starting and building arts organizations or arts businesses, and providing marketing and promotion for these artists. Those are our free quarterly Business Works programs. And then we also increase marketing of new and existing emerging artists and arts businesses. This year, we've already increased our social media posts by 33%. Next slide. And these are just a couple other programs we've been working on with the county, the Youth Poet Laureate and the Poet Laureate program. Thank you again for your support on that. Next slide. And new for us this year, we've taken over Open Studios Arts Tour. We really hope to expand this program. In the past, it's been maybe 90 to 100 artists included in this program, but we are copying the Santa Cruz Arts Council program, where we hope to increase it to over 300 artists, generating over $1 million in sales. We also provide scholarships to individual artists for waiving their entrance fees so that it's inclusive for all. We've also worked with the MC Weekly, who will be designing, printing, and distributing 24,000 of these guides. It'll be a nice catalog, not just a little flyer. Think maybe like the Monterey Jazz Festival program. And we're also going to have a mobile app. And not this year, but maybe next year, we will include a mural tour on that app. We had a great suggestion on that. Thank you. And next slide. Oh, okay. I guess one of the things also we're going to be able to do is the mural in Chular, which was suggested by Supervisor Alejo. And in summary, supporting the arts, it just, can you just imagine a world without it, how dark it would be? We all turned to it during the pandemic. Remember the musicians out on their balconies playing in Italy. Everybody watched Netflix more than they wanted to. That's the arts, and we have to keep supporting them. And next slide. Now, I'm sorry about this. This was a video. I promised Supervisor Aleo that I was going to record his speech at our last grantee reception, and I had it here, but this has been converted into a PDF, so it doesn't show. But I'll email it to you for sure. So again, thank you for your investment and your support.
Thank you. I'd like to go to public comment and bring it back here to the board. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on these presentations? Or anyone online? And we have nobody, so we'll close public comment, bring it back. If anybody on the board would have any comments? Supervisor Askew? Then Supervisor Leo.
Thank you. So I don't have our DSA guidelines in front of me, but I'm always thoughtful of how we what our DSA partner guidelines require in terms of accountability and reporting back to the Board of Supervisors. And one of the things that I've raised as a concern that I think remains sort of as a frustration that I have is that the way that we're currently operate is there really isn't a mechanism for the Board of Supervisors to say this is what we want to see included. We're really, it's a percentage dedication. And so I really appreciate the feedback and the level of detail, given that there isn't anything technically like super required for us to receive. Having said all of that, I'm going to just provide some comments and feedback. So one of the things that I know our new DSA guidelines speak to is the ability to leverage additional operating revenue from our partners. And so in the future, I would love to be able to get a copy of as part of this presentation, report to the board, the full budget, agency budget, that shows how the county's contribution fits into the larger whole. What are all the sources of operating revenue that are coming into each agency, and what percentage is the county contributing, and how are the things that we're funding fitting into things that other partners are funding. So that would be a request for the future. So I'm not sure what order I'm in, but for the Business Council, we continue to refer people over to the APEX program. I noticed it said 195 total clients with 35 awards, I think in the last quarter. So I would be interested in knowing, maybe as a follow-up separate to this, what some of those awards look like. And of those 195 clients, have all of them received awards, or is there a percentage that we're tracking? I'm sure you're tracking what percentage of clients are actually getting awards, and what types of awards are they getting? Is there certain sectors that we're supporting? I know I saw that list many, many years ago, but I would love to see that again. I did notice there were, I think, 11 of our 12 city partners helping to fund the SBDC. Is there a reason why Salinas isn't a partner in that? Did we not ask, or were they unable to provide support?
Thank you for the question. To avoid any possible conflict of interest, since Kimberly Craig is also the mayor of Salinas,
Got it.
we sought
Okay,
not to go after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, and then just a comment, like, I'll always ask for long-term funding. I'm not sure that I always mean that means that it's going to come from us. So I caught that joke in there, but thank you for recognizing that. For C Monterey, I didn't see in the write-up, there's reference to setting goals for outreach. Hold on, pull my notes back again to the right page. Item 6B speaks to developing a strategy, developing an outreach strategy and marketing communication strategy for Big Sur North and Big Sur South strategy. And I definitely need that. I was also wondering, I didn't see anything specific to the wine corridor or to South County, which I know has been a question and an ask of this board, broadly speaking. Is there a plan to include that? Are we leaving that out intentionally? I'm not sure if there's an answer to that question.
May I speak to that? Just make sure you can hear me. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Yes, there is a plan for that. We actually are continuing to collaborate with Vintners and Growers Association on signage that would run throughout the wine corridor. And that is and will be part of our plan in the coming year.
Okay, and I think the county provided funding directly to the Vintners and Growers Association a couple of years ago for signage. So would your strategy be going beyond signage that's already been provided?
Yes, we were asked a few years ago, and that was right when COVID hit. And I was asked by Supervisor Alejo recently if that commitment stands, and it does.
Okay, great. So I'll verbally add that to our notes here. And then the other question I had was under community relations. There's, I think, $77,000 as part of the budget plan. And there's a lot in here, and I think it's all important. But one of the things that I would ask that See Monterey continue to do, and you've been available when I've called on you, but just it would be great to have it articulated specifically, is to continue supporting and recognizing the challenges that are faced by some of the cities who provide housing for our part-time and seasonal hospitality employees, recognizing the entirety of the community and some of the impacts that end up lying on communities. So that would be something I would ask to have articulated in future plans. For the Film Commission, I appreciate the goals. I did notice that the goals were related more specifically to marketing efforts and not necessarily to outcomes of those marketing efforts. And I don't know if that just didn't find its way into our packet. But for example, we have, increasing promotional placements over the previous year by 5%, expanding film advertising by 5%, increasing visitors to the website by 10%. And I'm curious, are there also outcome specific, so those are sort of action specific increases. Are there outcome specific increases to the number of films, the number of days that we would have on-site filming in Monterey County? Is that something that's also within the conversation?
The way productions decide to come and film is not necessarily directly related to any advertising. A lot of times it just depends on what the script calls for, and if there's a familiarity by location people with us. So they'll call and say, do you think you have this? I'm looking for that. It's a funny business, and sometimes it's very fast moving, and suddenly an agency wants to film something that looks like Monterey, and they just call, and we have to try to make it happen. But
drop everything.
It's very hard to, tie the advertising outcome. We just want to make sure we're top of mind and in the game, because these productions just pop up sometimes very quickly.
Okay. I think in the future it would help me to be able to see, some trend history of the number of days that we've had, of setting goals for our future, number of film days or the types of film days that we're building out. I think when I'm looking at objectives and goals, seeing the outcomes of the efforts would be important for me. So that would be a request I would have for the future. But thank you.
Thank you.
And then for the Arts Council, let's see here. We love our mural. Someone actually asked me yesterday. They saw it on the background, and so we have so many conversations about arts in Monterey County and the work that the Arts Council does. I did want to ask, though, and I think one of the other things that I hear regularly from folks is why is so much of what the Arts Council doing on the peninsula, and why is so much of the investment that the Arts Council is making and so many of the organizations that are receiving Arts Council grants, why are they all in District 5? And we love District 5 and love our arts in District 5, but recognizing that the investment is countywide. I don't need a response necessarily, but I do want to just make that request again loudly and clearly that we take the opportunity through the Arts Council investments to be building up new arts programming, be building up new artists, be building out arts organizations across the entire county. I think I get it that sometimes there's just pockets where we have more arts activity, and so that's easy to focus. But my hope with the Arts Council would really be that we're taking this investment to build out artists and arts benefit in communities where it doesn't already exist. And so I'll just leave that as a request.
Could I respond to that?
Sure, yeah.
I appreciate it because that is an effort we've really been working on the past 2 years. Our grants are now awarded we base them on each district. So we give, the highest in District 1, then the highest in District 2, 3, 4, and we keep going that way so that we are equitable, that every district is getting them. It's just a fact that there are more arts organizations in District 5 and in District 4. There's not one arts organization in District 2. There's just not one there. We do have arts program there with other organizations, though. So we are making that effort. You'll see that in our individual artist grants also that are coming out and in our college art scholarships.
Great, thank you. And I think we should continue to double down on that. There's a lot more work to do there. And one other thought, and I had heard rumor of the Seaside art space closing, the idea of another art space opening on the peninsula, again, investing in District 5. I know there'd be a lot of interest there, but if we don't have arts organizations in certain districts, maybe it would make sense to have a conversation, and I'm sure you are, about creating the infrastructure to allow arts organizations to begin building and growing in the communities where they don't already exist. So that would be a request.
We do have artworks in Salinas, downtown. The one in District 4 is closing, as you mentioned. We are also working with the city of King City to open one there.
Okay, and you mentioned specifically Pajaro, so that's where my mind went. But we can talk more about that. And yeah, I just wanted to go on record. This is my one opportunity to provide feedback about what I would like to see in terms of how we measure accountability and measure results. So I'm going to take advantage of it. Thank you for hearing me out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank all the DSA entities for coming and presenting this. It was presented in our Economic Development Committee, but also to come at a regular Board of Supervisors meeting and let the public know, I think more importantly, how you're empowering our county's economy and artists and film and business and visitation, tourism, all very good things. I did want to really commend the Monterey County Business Council because they stepped up when they didn't have to. They saw a need there. The Small Business Development Center had shut down, and so they picked it up and rallied the cities throughout Monterey County. And our county specifically putting a relatively small amount, we're able to match that and bring in significant dollars and support for our business, small business community. And I would just continue to suggest, and I know you're doing this, but strengthening those ties with SUBA, the business community in East Salinas, Salinas City Center here in Old Town, obviously the Chamber. But those, I think there's a lot of talk about the importance of these small business associations. I think they're more important now than ever. And the collaboration between the different business associations, I think, will just strengthen them more, not only throughout the county, but I want to see hopefully more support as you're doing down the Salinas Valley, because we know the need is there from Prunedale all the way to the most southern cities in our county and communities in our county. I just wanted to add on 2 points. One, I just hopefully our visitors, Business Bureau, and our Film Commission, for that matter, could help, I think, in terms of goals, just helping enhance some of the opportunities. Specifically around Laguna Seca, we had some free events for our community with the IMSA sports events just 2 weekends ago. Prior to that, we had some events here in Old Town Salinas around IndyCar. These are free events to the public. They don't have to pay. But in those weekends when the racing is taking place, we get national media. I got compliments from people who are fans watching it, thanking the county, good comments from the investments that we made at the track from the televised sports events. So I decided it was an opportunity that when we see those free events for the public, to enhance and publicize those to get more of our residents who don't always get an opportunity to actually attend Laguna Seca, but they get to meet these world-renowned racers right here and free in their own community. I was watching the IndyCar challenges because the Indy 500s, I think next weekend they were doing the races this past weekend, but all those top drivers were all right here talking and shaking hands to our local residents. I just saw those opportunities to enhance that a little bit more when we got those major nationally televised events, and to draw in more of our local residents to benefit more from that. And I just wanted to agree with my colleague, Supervisor Askew, just in opportunities to have grants, as already stated, in the arts in some of these communities that don't have any public artworks. Chular is one. I think that would be great to honor the history of the braceros of the Salinas Valley. But certainly in Pajaro or in San Lucas and other places, just having their first public art, I think, would be empowering to those communities. So where we find those opportunities to bring the arts, public arts, to communities that have never had it, I think it would be very meaningful for those communities. So I just wanted to put that on the list of things to keep working towards, and obviously the wine corridor, because I know that's a big opportunity that still can grow out more. I just wanted to keep that as a priority for our economic development in the Salinas Valley. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thank you first for all of your presentations. Every one of them was really compelling, and I'm very thankful that we had an opportunity to do so. And Supervisor Leo, I'm very pleased that all of the things that are happening at Laguna Seca are acknowledged and seen, because they are spreading out throughout the whole county, and it's free. I think that's one of the best things. As everyone knows, the second biggest economic engine in our community is tourism, and we have to invest in it if we want it to continue that way. That's an extremely important part of who we are, what we do, and how we want to continue to do so and thrive with it. Every one of the DSAs has an integral part in promoting our tourism industry, whether it's the Film Commission, and honestly, thinking about Big Little Lies and how many times I would be down on the rec trail walking, and there are people taking pictures of the little coffee house where they used to sit. I mean, that is it's really big, it truly is, and I'm very thankful for that. And of course, with the Arts Council, I think that alone, art alone is something that draws people to our community. Our community started as a small arts community, and that's one of the reasons why it's continued to grow and continued to be so very successful. And then, of course, looking at the Business Council, economic development is exactly how we're going to do this. And I think that the work that's happening from the Monterey County Business Council is supportive, not just of the tourism industry, of course, but for all of the businesses throughout the area, to be able to offer the opportunities to local residents, as the Business Council can do, I think makes a big difference in the livelihood of all of the people in our county. And I'm very thankful that you are here and that you continue to work on it. Yet I must say that I think one of the most important entities that we have is C. Monterey. I mean, the Convention and Visitors Bureau is one of the most important industries, one of the most important entities that we have in the county, because it is the pulse that goes out and takes all of the good work that's being done right here and just shows it out to the rest of the world. When we have one of the blimps that flies over during the races, and people see who we are and what we do, they want to find out how they can bring their conference here. They call C. Monterey to figure out what are they going to do. How can they get the great room blocks that they need to bring their small organization here for their conference. And it just continues to spread out that way. I believe that each of the presentations that we saw today shows what the return on investment our county is getting by the work that these organizations do. And I know it's difficult sometimes to try to quantify. How do you quantify art? That it makes a person's life better. How many people's hearts feel better because they saw a mural in Chular? Hard to measure, but real. So I just want to thank everybody for the work that they've put into this today. I think you guys are all doing a fantastic job, and I feel that we are really in a good position by having these organizations funded, secure, and knowing they're going to be able to continue the work that is absolutely critical to make sure that our second biggest industry continues to grow and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I can add a whole lot from what my colleagues have said for the four organizations and the work that you do around and improving the quality of life, essentially. I have a couple of things. There is in North County, there is at least one artist group. That would be the Aromas Hills Artisans. I just wanted to point them out. I did have a couple questions on the work plan with the potential work plan, I should say, for the Arts Council. A couple clarifications. It was a request for $155,000 for 3 additional projects that could be done. One was a mural in Chular, a crosswalk mural in Pajaro, and also the welcome to Pajaro sign on there. I'm not sure if the mural on the crosswalk is still workable or not. I think Tamsi may have had some problems with that. I know Randy Ishii is here. He might be able to address it. I may be mistaken on that. If that is still feasible.
Chair Church and Board of Supervisors, you are correct in your recollection, Chair Church. There are some concerns with regards to the motorist behavior when they see a type of crosswalk like that. That said, though, there are some other opportunity sites that the Public Works, Facilities, and Park staff are working on with the Department of Emergency Management, and I believe that the department has been in touch still with the Arts Council about that. So the crosswalk mural is still something that's currently under discussion.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I knew there was some discussion on that. Regarding the request for funding for that and the welcome sign, I thought all that is included in the $20 million that the state is providing for rehabilitation of Pajaro.
Right, that's what we thought initially, but when I spoke with your chief of staff, she said there was not enough funding to complete it. That's why we tried to work it into our annual work plan. Also, just to note that these annual work plans you're receiving are based on the EDC's recommendations, so you will get another updated one based on whatever the board decides. So those are just kind of what we hope to do. If there is more funding needed, we will reach out to other foundations and try and find out if we can raise money with them.
Well, I think there might be a misunderstanding regarding that on the $20 million, so I'm sure we'll get that corrected out of there.
Great.
I do also, I looked at the design, the potential wording that was potentially going on that welcome sign. Has there been any reaching out to the community on its input on the wording and how it might be looking?
Not at this point. We just had very introductory conversations with your office at this point.
Okay.
Know that we want it in English and Spanish, and also we want birds on it. That's all we've been told. And then it's got to be vertical and very solid.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of wording that was attached into the work plan, so I was just wanting to make sure that wasn't, I know it's talking about a stone one here, so not quite make sure they weren't written in stone yet.
Right. No, definitely not. No.
Okay. All right, well, thank you on that.
You bet.
Yes, Supervisor Askew.
I did, and thank you for bringing up, I did notice also on the Arts Council work plan that I have now moved around on my desk with the Pajaro. So Glenn, just to clarify, so there is funding, because that was listed as sort of if there was extra funding available. I definitely want to see that project happen. So if you're looking for support to say we want to make sure this gets prioritized through Arts Council work planning, I would support you in that if that's what you're asking for.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Reem.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I did ask our CAO just to get a report on that, and she said it's coming just because we know that we're rolling out the individual and business support through the 2 different entities, and then we were still saying, well, the other $10 million, I think we need to have a parallel track to make sure that money is, because we know projects take some time to to get put to use so the community can start seeing, hey, we're seeing some of those investments come. And certainly the arts, I think, for Pajaro is very much needed. Beautification's needed. One of the business there has all these metal things there across Assumption Church. There's other beautification efforts that are needed for Pajaro that I think are simple to do. And even some of those grants that they're giving businesses to enhance their $15,000 grants, I think there's other ways to use that to help further the potential enhancements in the community. But I just wanted to go back on the signage, hopefully, because Pajaro did get its name from when the Portola expedition came through the Pajaro Valley, I think in 1769 or so. And it was a symbol of friendship from the Ohlone Native Americans. They had a stuffed bird with, I think the descriptions were an 8-foot wingspan. It was stuffed on a pole, and it was left, and it was seen as a symbol of friendship. And it was the Spanish explorers who then called it El Rio del Pájaro, the Pájaro River. Eventually, the Pájaro, the valley, the Pájaro, the community, all got its name from that historic moment in time. So I just want to make sure that when we're thinking of concepts that go back to the earliest origins, that name really has a lot of meaning in the Pájaro Valley. I just wanted to make sure that we had that historical connection to the name. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and I agree. There's a lot of opportunity for beautification there, and the Arts Council will have definitely a major role to play. So we appreciate everything you're able to do. With that, I see no other comments, and I believe we can adjourn for lunch at this point. Be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
call back to order the reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez or Director Lopez, who is out at a conference.
Thank you. And we have the Spanish interpretation services in the room here? No. Okay. All right. Online then. I don't know if it's Diego or Ana or
Diego?
there you go. Thank you. We have a slight change in the agenda for this afternoon. Going to move the Pajaro County Sanitation District up ahead of item 13, and then we'll return to item 13. So with that, we'll recess to the Pajaro County Sanitation District and call to order. For the roll call, please.
Yes. Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Director Lopez, who is at a conference.
I believe we have a presentation for this. Yes, thank you.
Chair Church and members of the Board of Directors of the Pajaro County Sanitation District. I'm Eric Roberts, Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Facilities and Parks Department. I'm here today to convene a Prop 218 hearing for the board to hear public comments and receive written protests regarding a proposed sewer rate increase at the Pajaro County Sanitation District, or PCSD. Joining me today is Lynette Redman, Management Analyst 3 with the department, and Carrie Wagner with the Wallace Group, who will answer technical questions that may arise during the hearing. This hearing was noticed in the following way. A notice was sent to each property owner within the district, and it was also published in Monterey County Weekly on April 4th of this year. As you know, the Pajaro County Sanitation District provides sewer service to approximately 1,047 customers. Sewer rates have not changed since 2007. The proposed rate increases are necessary to offset increased wastewater treatment costs, fund the necessary repairs and equipment replacement costs, and allow funds to be set aside for capital improvements to the system. During the hearing, the public will have an opportunity to speak on the matter, and if they have not already done so, submit protest letters. Protest letters will be accepted until the hearing is formally closed, which will occur following the last speaker. Once closed, the ballots will be formally counted, and the clerk will provide the results of the count to the board. If there are less than 50% of the PCSD customers protesting the new rates, Prop 218 requirements will have been satisfied, and the board can resolve to approve the rate increases. With that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will open a public hearing for any public comments or protests on this 218 matter for the rate change in the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to come forward? Please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
No, but I don't speak English.
Okay, we have an interpretation for you.
Okay.
If you'll speak for a little bit, then pause so
Okay.
we can interpret.
Yo estoy aquí porque el precio que quieren cobrar por el drenaje que están poniendo es demasiado lo que le están subiendo. Y en Además de eso, hay otra de las cosas que, según en la carta que nos mandaron, están diciendo que van a cobrar que por trailers, que por todo lo que se esté usando en la propiedad. Y yo personalmente no estoy de acuerdo con eso por el motivo de que, pues es una sola propiedad. ¿Cómo voy a estar pagando drenaje por 3 o 4 cosas? Además de eso, digo, lo que están cobrando a uno nosotros como que estamos retirados ya por paga del gobierno, pues el pagar esa cantidad, ¿de dónde lo va a sacar uno? En realidad es demasiado. Yo voy de acuerdo, un 15, un 20%, se me hace una cosa más lógica y que vayan subiendo paulatinamente cada año, pero disculpe. Además hay otra de las cosas de los servicios por ejemplo, en la área donde yo vivo, pues yo veo que están cobre impuestos e impuestos, y yo veo a la área de nosotros que no le hacen ninguna reparación. Por ejemplo, las calles, la calle allí donde yo vivo es una de las principales de las lomas y parece que va uno volando de tiro, todo descompuesto ahí, y pues esa es una de las quejas que tengo yo acerca de eso. Yo pienso que es todo lo que tenía que decirles yo. Gracias.
Thank you. Is anybody else in the chambers that would like to address us? You have 2 minutes, Tony.
Okay. So I have, how I feel on this thing. This gentleman right here spoke partially what I want to speak to. I have a problem, not exactly with the rate increase, as long as it's a reasonable rate increase. I know things are going up. The problem I have is, like this gentleman said, is that he's retired and he's going to be subsidized as his next door neighbor. And I don't agree with that. I think that the charges should be based on your water usage. I was just reading an article here on the way over here. Home prices have skyrocketed in Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito County. You gotta make over $200-something thousand depending on where you're at to be able to afford a house. Rents are going to go up. If you're renting a place, most people can't afford rents. Rents are going through the roof, so they'll have multiple family members living in a house. This gentleman over here is retired. I'm retired. A lot of the people are retired, so why should I have to, and why should he have to subsidize the next door neighbor? So the way that the structure is set up, I don't agree with. I understand the basis. You guys ain't getting paid, and you guys want to put on the property owners because they don't pay, you guys put a lien on it. But again, people have to be accountable for their usage. And I don't believe that we should be subsidizing these other people that are using a lot more water. I don't know why. I've heard different arguments where it's two different agencies. One is a public agency, the other one is a private agency. There's other telephone company, PG&E, all kinds of other companies charge taxes on our bills. So I don't see any reason why these charges can't be charged to the water. Use more water, you pay more sewage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to address this on this public hearing? Is there anybody online?
Gabriel Medina?
Yes, Gabriel, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm here to express our community concerns regarding the proposal to collect sewer property tax. Firstly, our community already faces significant infrastructure issues, such as poor roads and lack of sidewalks. It seems unfair to raise sewer service charges without addressing these fundamental needs first. We need transparency and accountability regarding how our current taxes are being used before any additional financial burdens are placed on us. We live in a low-income farm working community with significant Latino population. Many of our residents are already struggling to make ends meet. Adding sewer charges to property tax bills can increase the financial burden on homeowners, especially those who are retired, have fixed incomes, or low-income residents, right? Like y'all call us. This change could lead to severe consequences like property tax delinquency, property liens, or even forced sales of taxes go unpaid for extended periods. We believe that our community should not be put at such risk without clear justification and improvements in other essential services. We demand detailed reports on current expenditures and completed projects to understand how our money is being utilized. It's crucial to us to see tangible improvements in our community that justify any new charges. Transparency in this process will help build trust between the community and local government. And Glen Church, I have yet to see you over here in our district. Moreover, we suggest exploring alternative methods for funding sewer services that might be less burdensome. And it's also essential to stress the importance of community input and involvement in these decisions. We urge the county supervisor to hold more public hearings and gather comprehensive feedback from residents. This will ensure that the community's voice is heard and considered in this decision. In conclusion, while we understand the need of effective sewer service management, it's vital any new charges are fair, transparent,
Thank you for your
and justified.
comments.
Thank you. And get over here.
Thank you. Is anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Before we close public hearing, maybe we'll take some comments from the board. I know I want to address a couple of things here, and that I do agree that this jump is way too high at this time. But part of the problem is the county had neglected this for since 2007. And there was, when I came on the board here, initially a proposal to raise these rates to $140 a month, up to $440 a month. Prior to that, there was even discussion of selling it to a private entity, which would have also led to the rates. So neither one of those has happened. This is right now the lowest rates in the county for a sanitation district. And this will bring it up on roughly level par with Watsonville, Freedom, other sanitation districts of similar nature around. And I would also say, I'm not sure where the previous caller was from, but as many people know, I've been quite often in Pajaro. I've been in Los Lomas, and I was just there yesterday, for that matter, looking at the sidewalk that is going to be put in shortly up to Thomas Drive. And I don't know if any other supervisors have anything else to add. Supervisor Alejo, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that gentleman lives in your district, because I know he's been in Watsonville most of his life. But I would say I'm concerned as well, as you rightly stated, Supervisor Church. I think when this came several months ago, it's been an ongoing issue. But several months ago, we tried to look at the least increase out of all the options that were available. Every other option was greater than what we're talking about today. And prior to that, I think our county provided, I think, $1.7 million for needed infrastructure for the sewage system, but we didn't put that on the tab to collect later from ratepayers. We had the money, we paid it, because we know that the needs were significant in Pajaro. But this is now talking about the ongoing operations and maintenance of a aging sewer system in this community. And so there's not a lot of good options here. We know what the current situation is of the community, but out of all the options, this is the one that had the least increase out of all the other options that were attempting to collect even more than what we're deliberating on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Supervisor Adams.
So could someone please remind me why we are unable to base it on personal use as the first two speakers had requested?
Yes, I'll start, and then Carrie can jump in if I get off track. But all of the commercial and industrial users or customers within the sanitation district are charged based on water usage. The residential units are based on the water usage is somewhat typical for a single family unit. So rather than also the county doesn't sell water in the district. There's several other purveyors of water, so it makes it difficult to use water as a basis, which is typical for most communities. But we broke it into equivalent units where a single family unit is 1, a trailer is 0.7 units. So there's some accounting for water usage, but we can't quantify it given the nature of the system. But because of the large water usage that commercial and industrial customers use, we have based that on water usage and have an agreement with the water purveyors to provide us with that data.
So why couldn't it be flipped? Why couldn't the people have, based on personal usage and have a flat fee for the industrial users? I'm just asking the question. This is not a loaded question. I just don't know.
Because the commercial industrial users are all over the place, it was really hard to come up with tiers. It made the most sense for if you use a lot of water, like the gentleman earlier was talking about, then you should pay more for the sewer service. And that's how it's structured on the commercial and industrial side. But on the residential side, it's just a flat rate based on your equivalent unit status. So for example, if there's 2 houses on a parcel, that would be 2 equivalent dwelling units.
I get
Whereas
all
if
of
it's
that.
a mobile home, then it's less, and so there's kind of a schedule that accounts for it in some way, but not quantified, like we were trying to do with the commercial and industrial. Right now, with the rates, they're hard rates, as you can see on the budget study, but they're based on, just other users. You want to jump in here?
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Wagner. I'm with Wallace Group, and I was the lead engineer performing the engineering study for this. As Eric had mentioned, the county does not own the water system, and so we had to coordinate with the water companies to obtain water information. When it comes to residential single-family use, mobile homes, multifamily use, typical water usage is fairly within some very limited brackets in terms of the percentage of differences between 1 user, 2 users versus 4 users or 6 users within a household. Outdoor water usage is oftentimes very significant, but we did not include outdoor water usage as a factor in determining the indoor water use, as outdoor water use goes into the ground, indoor water use goes into the sewer system. So that was a factor. And so the number of residential single-family units within the Pajaro system, it becomes very burdensome to verify water usage on an annual basis to confirm when the differences between 400 cubic feet versus 600 cubic feet of usage on a monthly basis is very minimal. We targeted the lower number of customers, meaning the industrial, your commercial, and non-residential users, as they have a lower percentage of number of customers, meaning accounts that we have to review, and they have the widest range of water usage. So we wanted to target them as when you say one restaurant A may use 6 EDUs, another restaurant may use 12 EDUs, and there's a big difference between those. And so that's what we targeted as the primary reviewer for water usage. And we just standardized residential single family. In 5 years, when you bring back your, for a rate study and the district's got more record information available for switching to this methodology, that might be something that we want to look at in the future as now going towards a water usage basis for everybody. But in the meantime, we were really trying to target the high water users, which are your commercial and industrial users.
Could I just ask a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
So if the water companies had been more forthcoming as far as giving you individual information, would we have been able to base it on the individual users?
Yeah, one of the challenges that we had was in the water companies and their water meter record information. It is in lining that up with the district's record information. It took a lot of man hours to correlate those two documents together, even to get the commercial and industrial users. So it is something that I'm recommending for the district to continue to move forward on that data management side of things so that it does become more streamlined and we could evaluate more easily whether or not someone is using 6 units or 4 units or 12 units or so forth. But in the meantime, that is the methodology that we move forward so that we could kind of standardize on a practice.
Thank you for the additional information.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Before we close the public hearing, I want to give everybody as much an opportunity as well. I know some people that just came in. We're holding a public hearing on the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on this? See nobody online, nobody in the chambers. So we'll close the public hearing. I'm sorry, Tony, you've already spoken once up here. Yeah, okay. I just say one comment. You spoke on some stuff. We can't comment on what she just. No, I'm sorry if somebody else wants to bring it up. I can only really have people at one time, but just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Elena, if you could have Diego at least make that announcement about if any people want to make public comments in Spanish.
Yeah, Diego, could you make a comment in Spanish, please, for those who need Spanish interpretation, if they would like to make a public comment now? Thank you, Diego. Is there anybody else who's come on? Nobody's come on. Okay. Want to make every effort I could to include as many people as possible. Thank you. With that, do we have any? We'll close the public hearing on this matter. Do we have any ballots to tabulate on the 218 from a clerk?
We did not get any.
You did not get any. Oh, there are. Oh, we do have a few here. Okay.
She's going to open them for us real quick. Is that okay to open?
Yeah, that will be fine. Yes, please tabulate the ballots, and we'll stay on this matter until that is counted.
3.
3 in opposition.
One's in Spanish.
Okay.
3 opposition.
With that, there is not enough to overturn the 218, so the the objections fail, and the 218 would pass. With that, we will
Maybe Mary Perry can speak to this. There's a recommendation of using the general fund. Is that something the board should vote on?
Mary Perry, Deputy County Counsel. I don't think that was part of the recommendation.
It is recommendation F. It says recommendation of $1,409,300 funding source for the fiscal year 24-25 general fund, subsidy required based on the proposed wastewater rate structure.
Yeah, that was, we discussed that in March. In order for the rate increases that the board approved, we had to, there was a deficit, and the amount that's quoted there, the 1.4 million, was the amount that's projected to be short, the difference between revenue and cost for the system for the upcoming fiscal year.
So that recommendation is to take 1.4 from the general fund to cover that?
Yes.
Is that an item? Yeah, can we get Ezekiel on to?
Yes, Supervisor. This is Ezequiel Vega. So one of the options that you do have to cover that funding amount is that you have an assigned fund balance. Currently, the board, the general fund does have $27.4 million of an assigned fund balance. So you wanted to designate that funding, you could do that now, or you can make that determination as part of the budget hearing. So I will defer to County Council as to whether that creates a challenge for the 218 process, but the board could decide on the funding. And the only option that you really have is an assigned fund balance. All the other funding sources that I'm aware of have been already maxed out and allocated for a specific purpose.
That could be re-agendized for the budget and discussing the budget. It doesn't have to occur here if the board doesn't want to. You could, if you're going to make a recommendation, then you need to vote on it.
We need a unanimous vote since you only have 4 of the
Right.
supervisors here.
Correct.
I just want to make
Supervisor
sure that I'm completely understanding this. So that means that, and I think it's an Ezekiel question, so are we saying that the current numbers that are presented to us that would have been included in the 218, the additional, as an example, in a residential, $60 a month, beginning in July 1, we are already subsidizing that by $1.4 million from the general fund? That is how we have come to that 60? Or are we saying that if we add 1.4 million, we would be able to reduce that 60 to something that's more palatable? I'm unclear about it.
I believe what's being stated is that you need the 1.4 in order for it to be 60.
To be 60, correct.
Yeah, because all the other previous models had us charging much higher.
Yeah, I
That was the
remember
point that Supervisor Church and I were speaking to, that this proposal was the lowest, and it's lowest because we're subsidizing it by that amount to not have it be so high.
And if we wanted to try to subsidize it by another, so it was only $30 a month, how much would we have to take from the general fund to be able to do that?
The hearing has concluded and the increase has been, that's done. So
Correct. It's
there's
just an
a
informational
subpart
question.
F that speaks to the subsidizing. So you can't go back and change the rates.
I didn't want to, but I am wondering for the budgeting process, when we come up in the next week or two, what that number would be. Ezekiel have an answer to that?
What I'd like, Ezekiel, as you're ready to answer that, I do also believe that there's additional resources that were included as part of the recommended budget for the Pajaro area. Is it related to the sanitation district?
No, Sonia. So the answer to that question is I don't recall of any specific additional resources for this purpose that were included as part of the recommended budget. But the second part of that is I don't know what the dollar amount will be in order to reduce it to $30 for the general fund to contribute. And I believe that was not a question that was asked of staff at any point, so I don't have a number for that. I think that right now what I could tell you is that if the board wants to vote today to allocate the $1.4 million from unassigned fund balance, you have that agendized and you could designate that funding for that purpose.
Well, I think we should really take care of it today because we're trying to start this on a fresh level. And the reason that we have $68, what's this being increased to 60 some odd dollars is because it was understanding that the county was going to pick up the remaining balance and try to start things off so the system can pay for itself. So I'll make a motion in that regard to take that from the unassigned fund balance.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion or?
Yeah, just to clarify the motion. So you're effectively making the motion for item E and F on the staff recommendation on our agenda, which is if no majority protests exist, adopt a resolution approving the proposed wastewater service rate increase and recommend the 1.409,300 funding source for fiscal year 24-25 to be general fund subsidy. We'll add from the unassigned fund balance required based on the proposed wastewater rate structure.
Yes, that will.
Okay.
That would be it.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, can we put this to a vote then? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 4-0. With that, we'll adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District and come back to item 13, which to accept and approve the Emergency Medical Services Annual Report.
Members of the board, CAO De La Rosa, and County Council. We are proud to present to you a report on the EMS agency's annual report today. We do have a presentation. At first, I would like to introduce you to some members of the EMS agency who are in the room with us today and will be participating in the presentation. So we have Steve Brooks, EMS analyst, and Kimberly Hernandez, EMS ambulance.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you? It's a little bit weak for people online to hear.
Yep. So we have members of the EMS agency here with us today, including Steve Brooks, EMS analyst, and Kimberly Hernandez, EMS analyst, who will be presenting some of the information. Also joining us, we have Blake Anderson, another EMS analyst, and Karina Moreno, our administrative support assistant. So if you could go to the next slide, please, Kimberly. So the EMS agency is a bureau within the health department. We've been designated by the Board of Supervisors as the local EMS agency and are responsible for the provision of EMS, the oversight of the provision of EMS within the county and coordinating the many components and stakeholders that comprise the EMS system. Next slide. What you see on the screen before you is a copy of our current organizational chart. We have 9 full-time equivalent positions within the EMS agency. We also have a part-time contracted medical director that fulfills a requirement put in place by the state EMS authorities regulations. And additionally, we have a 0.2% epidemiologist too, who assists us with some of our high-level data projects and more complex analysis of some of the data that we present to our various working groups and committees. We have currently 2 full-time vacant positions that we are hoping to fill soon. We have recently posted for the health program coordinator position and are awaiting posting of the EMS analyst position as well.
So what you see on the screen is a graphic illustration of some of the components of the EMS system. Again, it is a true system of various providers of service who come together to provide for the whole of patient care. And we want to make sure that all of them work together seamlessly so that the patient experience is such that there's the best possible outcome. And the first line of response is with the 911 communication system, and calls are handled by highly trained dispatchers to dispatch the appropriate resources. Also, we have emergency medical dispatchers who are, again, additionally trained to provide first or pre-arrival instruction for the caller to help the victim, the patient, before 911 services even arrive. Then we have law enforcement, whose role has changed dramatically, especially with the overdose epidemic, where law enforcement are now carrying Narcan so that they can arrive at scene in places where the usual first responders, ambulance and fire personnel, might hold back a little bit due to the lack of safety. And so they're providing, again, very needed medical care with Narcan, defibrillators, and such. Fire departments typically are our usual first responder. They get there before the ambulance. Many of our fire departments are at the basic life support level, which has changed. We'll talk about that shortly. And then we have ALS, first responders. We provide advanced level care. Then the ground provider, who for many years has been a paramedic level provider, they come in and provide the transport services so that the patient then can get to the appropriate hospital. And the hospitals all are in this county basic emergency medical services hospitals, but we also have specialty centers. We want to make sure that the patients are identified and get to the right hospital. And then lastly, the EMS agency, who provides coordination for the system to make sure that it all fits together seamlessly. So what are the responsibilities of the EMS agency? You can see many of them listed up here on the screen for you. But to work effectively, it does need a coordinating agency, and that is the EMS agency, so we can make sure that all members of our community do receive appropriate care in a timely manner. We begin our work even before you see the providers, because our agency is responsible for the education piece for EMS providers. We regulate the training institutions. We provide policies and protocols under which they work with the direction of our EMS medical director. When we get the patient to the hospital, we also are the agency that is charged with designating the specialty centers. So when you show up at Salinas Valley Hospital or a community hospital with a heart attack or a stroke, that's because we wanted you to go there because they are designated as stroke and STEMI centers. And then we also provide quality improvement functions and coordinations. Each of our agencies are responsible for their internal quality improvement functions. The EMS agency also provides overall system quality improvement function. Which leads us to the 2023 year in review. It was pretty standard year for the EMS agency. In other words, there's lots to do, lots of things that came up, and we continued to function and meet the needs of the community. So one of the things that we do is we make sure that as a system functions, if there's something that doesn't function right, we are involved with unusual occurrences and seeing how we can ensure that they get smoothed out, that issues are addressed, and we can make sure that the system continues to function as it's supposed to. We use review, research, and address the concerns in as timely a manner as we can. Policy and protocols. This is the policies in which our EMS providers function. The protocols are the directions for typically medical care. We've set a quite high standard in this county, and I'd like to actually go back and, because this is EMS Week, and at EMS Week, we have a slogan where we're looking back and also looking forward. My time here, I started, believe it or not, as an EMT in Monterey County in 1984. So it's been a while. I've seen some changes. When I started here, our EMTs, which is all we had, we did not have paramedics, could barely give Band-Aids. I mean, it's true. We did not have defibrillators. EMTs were prohibited from using anything that even smelled like a medication. Over time, we started an ALS program in 1986. It was a very regulated program. The paramedics had to contact the base hospital to start an IV, which is really now standard practice. And we've progressed our system such that we're doing 12-lead EKGs, identifying specific heart attacks. We are providing a whole range of medications on standing orders. We've increased the EMT level of care where they're giving epinephrine autoinjectors for anaphylaxis. They're giving Narcan. They're giving aspirin for heart attacks. We have greatly increased the scope of practice. In fact, Monterey County's scope of practice for both paramedics and EMTs is just about as complete as the state laws will allow, and we've even added a few things under the optional scope. So we can be really quite proud of our EMS system in Monterey County because we are very advanced for California. One additional thing that we do to make sure that the people can use all these things is we regulate the training programs. We, this year, looked at the EMT training programs. We do this every 4 years. The state allows us to approve the training programs for 4 years. 2023 was our year of review, and we can be very proud of our training programs. We have 2 EMT training programs, one at Hartnell College, one at Monterey Peninsula College, and each of these programs are top-notch. We've compared them against the regulations, against good teaching techniques, and they're doing very well. They've advanced so that they're using simulation. In fact, I highly recommend that you go to the Hartnell program. They've got a whole room for simulation with projection on the walls so that they can set the scene, give the students an actual feel of being there at a scene and help better prepare them to go into the field. The room, amazingly enough, actually can introduce odors so that you get a true real-life experience for what EMS world is like. So our two EMT training programs, fabulous. We have a paramedic training program that started up last year, got their first cohort into our EMS system. All 15 of their students passed the national exams and are functioning in the EMS world. They started their second cohort, and their third cohort also started, and progressing quite nicely.
The information at the top of the slide shows the County of Monterey's volume of calls that went through the emergency medical dispatch or EMD interrogation process, which is when emergency medical dispatchers ask questions about the patient's chief complaint and systems to prioritize the call and to give pre-arrival instructions, which could be anything from how to control a nosebleed, CPR, or childbirth guidance. When looking at the exclusive operating area's call volume, we are showing a 3-year comparison, and you will see that call volume increased approximately 5% from 2021 to 2023. Call volume appears to be increasing to pre-COVID numbers, but we will need to continue to monitor this trend to see if it levels off or it continues increasing. You can see a similar trend with transports, as more call volume naturally comes with more patient transports. This chart illustrates AMR's, who is the exclusive operating area's ambulance provider, overall response time compliance by month for all priority 1, 2, and 3 calls within the exclusive operating area in 2023. The emergency medical dispatch caller interrogation process through the medical priority dispatch system determines most response priorities. For reference, priority 1 are the highest acuity calls requiring a lights and siren response, while priority 3 are the lowest, requiring an immediate response with no lights or sirens. To be compliant, AMR must be on time for 90% or more of their responses within the EOA per month, and as you can see, AMR exceeded the 90% response time compliance standard for all priorities in 2023. Throughout 2023, the EMS agency worked to transition all public access external defibrillators, or AEDs, placement records into the Pulse Point registry. Public access AEDs are devices that are placed in public locations for use during sudden cardiac emergencies. California Health and Safety Code requires specified buildings to have AEDs available for use, and anyone who acquires an AED is required to notify the local EMS agency. These AEDs are designed to be user-friendly so that even individuals without medical training can use them to deliver an electric shock to the heart to help restore normal heart rhythm during a cardiac arrest. PulsePoint is a public nonprofit organization that provides a no-cost AED registry as part of their core mission to improve cardiac arrest survival. PulsePoint provides centralized database of registered AEDs and ability to register AEDs via an app or the EMS agency's website. Information is shared with the Emergency Communications Department so that dispatchers can share public access AED information with callers. And location information is also available to the public so that anyone with the PulsePoint app can locate an AED and potentially bring life-saving defibrillation to patients. This improves awareness and accessibility, and since the implementation, the number of AEDs registered with the EMS agency has increased from 422 to 843.
And we first spoke to you a little bit last year about the Tri-County buprenorphine project. At that point, we were beginning in the very initial stages of implementation. Since then, the program has been fully implemented. And again, this was a collaborative effort that we worked on with both Santa Cruz and San Benito counties, as well as our local hospitals and their substance use treatment providers. As a reminder, buprenorphine is a potentially life-saving medication that alleviates opioid withdrawal symptoms and reduces the chance of future overdoses and fatalities. This program includes initial treatment in the field by our EMS clinicians, follows up with in-hospital stabilization, and then refers patients to ongoing treatment providers within the community. While a small number of patients received the medication in 2023, we believe that each encounter was potentially very impactful as our EMS providers relieved pain and suffering and decreased the risk of future overdoses within our community. In 2024, we're working on this program to review the initial data, develop education plans and programs to remove barriers and increase administration of the medication by our EMS providers. In 2023, we also worked to move forward the bidirectional health data exchange program. This has been an ongoing process for us at the EMS agency as we've encountered some challenges related to topics such as data privacy, connectivity, and IT systems, as well as standardization of data points. In 2023, we implemented a data working group that brought together key stakeholders in the process to share their perspectives and provide their input on the project. The EMS agency also used information from this group to standardize a list of data points for the hospitals to share. In 2023, we made significant strides in bringing our local hospitals on board, with all 4 agreeing to move forward with implementation. We hope to have implementation completed at all 4 hospitals by the end of 2024. This project is vital to the quality improvement within the EMS system. Nurses and doctors at the hospitals receive information from the patient care reports created by the field providers about the scene of the emergency and treatment rendered that they otherwise might not have access to. Additionally, the HDE program provides patient follow-up information to not only the EMS agency, but also directly to the EMS clinicians in the field who are out there treating our patients throughout the community. Previously, our EMTs and paramedics would turn over care of a patient to a hospital and frequently never know the patient's eventual diagnosis and outcome. The HDE system makes this information available and provides critical opportunities for learning and the improvement of patient care delivered in the future. So another major accomplishment for us in 2023 was our role in the response to the 2023 winter storms. The EMS agency staffs the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator, or MOHOC position. This position was activated during the storms, and we provided EOC staffing for several weeks. And we have a small team, so at times we are also staffing 2 positions within the EOC just due to the large number of medical and health-related requests that were coming in. So this allowed us to have 1 member focus on supporting the EMS operations throughout the county, and another person supported the medical and behavioral health needs at the temporary evacuation points and the emergency shelters. The MOHOC program worked with state, regional, and local healthcare partners to coordinate staffing and supplies to maintain not only the EMS system, but also the availability of medical providers and resources in the flood-impacted areas. Maintaining these services came about as a result of working with other bureaus in the Health Department, our Region 2 disaster representatives, the Red Cross, the State EMS Authority, and community providers. To support local staff, we brought in resources such as an ambulance strike team, healthcare workers and volunteers from counties throughout the region, and a CalMat team as well. These resources made it possible to provide medical and behavioral health care directly in Pajaro, in addition to at the shelters. We also hosted multiple coordination meetings with County of Monterey EMS and hospital system stakeholders, worked with the San Luis Obispo EMS agency and their EMS providers to ensure response capabilities in the southern portions of Monterey County cut off by landslides on Highway 1, and drafted plans to prepare for other potential road closures and community isolation. We're a small team, and this response required a significant number of hours, but everyone demonstrated their willingness to step in and support EMS system stakeholders and the community throughout the process. Also during 2023, we undertook a concerted effort to seek input on the EMS system from a variety of our stakeholders, including the general public. Our efforts began with the distribution of a written SWOT analysis tool. This tool asked our stakeholders to not only complete an assessment of the EMS system as it currently stood, but also to look into the future to better meet the needs of patients and the system as a whole. The responses looked at areas such as EMS operations, clinical care, innovation, partnership and collaboration, and equity of services. We also held multiple meetings to allow for direct feedback. The insight we gathered from these meetings, along with our own experience overseeing and regulating the EMS system, was used to develop an initial draft of an RFP for ambulance services for the County of Monterey EOA. We subsequently released this draft scope of work for public comments. We solicited written comments on the draft, and then we also hosted several meetings and public forums to give stakeholders opportunities to provide feedback in person. We held meetings in Marina, Salinas, and King City, with attendance at all meetings also available virtually via Zoom. And we are currently in the process of using all of this information that we've gathered to finalize the RFP document. So kind of to wrap things up, we wanted to look ahead into the initial portion of 2024 and then on throughout the rest of the year. We picked 4 areas that we'd like to highlight as project areas for us, where our work will focus. Steve spoke earlier about our quality improvement processes. We've worked with agencies throughout the county to ensure that they have updated their plans. And as we've completed these initial updates, we're working to update our own internal plan as well to bring together all of the information from the different providers and provide a uniform set of planning for the system as a whole. As the year goes on, we're also looking to bring some additional training and strategic planning related to QI to both the EMS agency staff and the personnel at the agencies throughout the county as well. On number 2, revenue is always a challenge for the agency. Many of the EMS agencies are dictated by the requirements of state statutes and regulations. Our responsibilities and other duties are expanding, while at the same time, the cost of fulfilling our responsibilities is increasing. We don't receive any funding from the state EMS authority to offset the demands that are put in place for EMS agency staff time and effort. The primary source of revenue for the EMS agency are general fund contributions, CSA 74 special tax, and the MADI fund. The EMS agency also receives some revenue from a fee charged for oversight of the trauma specialty care system. The EMS agency has recently seen a decrease in MADI fund amounts, while the CSA 74 parcel rate has not increased since fiscal year 2000-2001. In light of this, the EMS agency must seek ways to diversify sources of income and increase our revenue coming in. Grants are one potential source, but they can occupy a portion of staff time to identify and pursue, and often don't provide long-term sustainable funding for the agency when we do obtain them. Many other EMS agencies fill these needs through implementation of a fee structure that establishes fees payable by the entities that receive services from the EMS agency, similar to our trauma services fee. This may include areas such as certification, licensing, processing, oversight of specialty care programs, and ambulance licensing. A program similar to this could help offset the decreasing revenue that the EMS agency has seen from other programs and ensure the fiscal stability of the EMS agency into the future. We've talked previously about some of the challenges related to providing ambulance services in the county. One of those is related to the provision of interfacility transfers, in particular behavioral health and critical care transport services. They each pose their own unique set of challenges and impact the overall ambulance service provider and the EMS system as a whole as well. Our EOA ambulance service provider is often called upon to transport behavioral health patients due to the limited long-term inpatient treatment options that are available within Monterey County. These requests often result in lengthy transports to out-of-county destinations that can prove difficult for both the patient and the providers as well. There is also a cost to the provider for the staff and equipment to be ready to provide these services. Additionally, these transfers remove ambulance resources from the system for extended periods of time, leaving fewer available ambulances to respond to 911 emergency calls. In addition to behavioral health, some of our patients have complex or unique medical needs that are beyond the scope of the average paramedic. The current ambulance service agreement requires the provider to have a registered nurse available on a 24/7 basis to accompany and provide medical care for patients who require CCT services. These services are vital for patients in need, but account for a very small number of transports each year, working out to less than 1 per day. Again, the cost of readiness to respond is significant, but with one RN provider, challenges can still arise when more than one request occurs during the same time period. Our final focus for 2024 will be the RFP. The current agreement for the provision of ambulances services to the County of Monterey Exclusive Operating Area, or EOA, is set to expire on June 30th of 2025. The EMS agency must secure an agreement with an ambulance services provider to ensure future high-quality and cost-effective ambulance services. This requires the release of a request for proposals and the completion of a process to identify the next ambulance services provider. This is a lengthy process, heavily regulated by not only the County of Monterey's Contracts and Purchasing Department and County Council, but also by the state EMS authority as well. The RFP must address not only the previously mentioned challenges, but first and foremost must meet the needs of patients utilizing the EMS system. The RFP must also balance the diverse and often conflicting viewpoints and needs of our stakeholders throughout the EMS system. Ensure that we receive viable bids from qualified ambulance service providers and minimize the financial impact and burden to our patients. The process is really an intricate balancing act and will be a significant focus of the EMS agency throughout 2024. Our end goal in all of this is to ensure an efficient, clinically sound, and fiscally responsible EMS system for the County of Monterey. So that concludes the material that we had prepared to present. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge all of our partners in the EMS system. This slide represents the badges or patches or logos from our various partners. Our dispatchers, first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and hospital staff are all trained caring professionals. They provide timely, thorough, compassionate care at all times for people in need throughout Monterey County. And we at the EMS agency would like to take a moment to thank them for their commitment to not only the communities they serve, but also to the EMS system as a whole. The strength and quality of our EMS system would not be possible without their ongoing contributions. If there are any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and also looking at the list of partners that you have, which is quite a few. I'm sure the coordination is challenging at times. So again, really appreciate your efforts and your work on that. I want to take this out to the public first and see if there's anybody in the chambers or online that would like to address the presentation from the Emergency Medical Services. I see none. We'll bring it back here for the board, and Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation. Having recently been in an ambulance, I must admit it's quite the experience. It was the first time I've ever done that. But be that as it may, I just want to thank you for all of the hard work that I know you do. And I did just have a couple of questions about the RFP process, and just kind of wondering when it is that we need to begin that. I don't even know if we've already started.
So first, I'm sorry you had to use our services, but I'm glad they were there for you. The RFP process has been going on sort of a little more quietly in the background for some time now. We drafted a draft version of the scope of work and the rest of the RFP. That did go out for public comment. We received a robust number of comments back, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it was 80 to 90 comments back.
Wow.
From various stakeholders. So the EMS agency has been analyzing all of those questions and responses that we received, and then updating the draft scope of work and the rest of the RFP. We hope to send that off shortly to the state EMS authority, which is the next step in the approval process. They will have their council review. It's already been reviewed by our county council office and contracts and purchasing. The state council will review, provide any feedback, request any changes, and then we'll go through sort of negotiation process there, and then be able to release it shortly thereafter for responses.
I know you have many other things in your area of responsibilities besides ambulances, but I'm just wondering if you have just sort of a perspective on the state of the ambulance services available to us in Monterey County these days. I know in the past, I served on the EMS committee for a bit. It was really poor. There was a paucity of possible carriers. Has that changed at all, or kind of what's the situation with what we're facing now?
Well, as far as a number of providers, we do have the exclusive operating area, so that's limited to the one provider. We have 3 additional agencies who provide transport services, ground transport services within the county. Those would be Fort Hunter Liggett Fire Department, the City of Carmel, and then Monterey County Regional Fire as well. So we do have some backup resources available within the county. And then I would highlight some of the things that Kimberly and Steve talked about as far as the quality of the ambulance services. I think it's very impressive to see that our contracted provider has met their response time requirements in each of the priorities for all of 2023. And then I would highlight the quality of the care provided by our clinicians out in the field. They really are operating at sort of the maximum level that the state permits them to, and then beyond that in some areas where we've sought out additional permissions to give additional medications like the buprenorphine program that we talked about. So I think we are in a good position as far as our current services. When we go out to RFP, we have that balancing act that I spoke about, in that we can ask for more ambulances, we can ask for more services, but those all come at a cost to the service provider. So we have to sort of balance what we ask for alongside the rates that will be faced by patients who end up utilizing the service. So trying to take all of that decision calculus in mind as we work on the RFP.
Thank you for your comments and your work.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed presentation, and it's always so interesting once you begin to put all the pieces together. The ambulances are connected to this whole system of coordination between the hospitals and all of our service providers. But the question I had was specific to our county EMS agency team, and I noticed that there were quite a few vacancies on the team. I'm just curious, what is the plan? Are we advertising for those positions? Are those listed currently? Do you need any additional help with HR to get those filled? What are the barriers to making sure we've got a fully staffed team, because the work that is happening in your department is so important?
Yeah, and I think you'll notice that the organizational chart was basically unchanged from our last presentation. We have run into some challenges as far as the sort of HR inner workings. We have the health program coordinator, which is a shared job description amongst multiple bureaus within the health department. So there was a list that was already created for that position that had to be exhausted before we could move forward with posting our own position. Our position is very specialized compared to what some of the other health program coordinators do, and that we're looking for someone with a nurse or paramedic background to work on our specialty care programs in particular. So that list was exhausted. We were able to recently do a joint posting with the Environmental Health Bureau and move forward with that. So we are waiting for the applications to come back from HR at this point, and hopefully be able to move forward with that. As far as the EMS analyst position, which is the other primary position that we have open, we ran into some challenges with a salary survey that needed to be completed. So that has been ongoing for 6 to 7 months at this point. So we originally tried to post back in September, October, and that we've just kind of hit the roadblock there. So we're hoping to move forward with that posting soon, and hoping to see the salary survey wrap up. And hopefully the silver lining to that is that maybe we'll see an increase in salaries that will help with recruitment. So,
okay,
as well.
Hopeful paths forward, but definitely positions that are critical to the health and safety of county residents. And if you need anything to help facilitate moving those forward, please do make sure you raise the flag so that we can get you whatever resources are required to make that happen. And then I had an opportunity just specific to our ambulances to do a ride along, not because I was officially on the ride, but a ride along with some of our AMR teams. And it was really eye-opening to see the types of care that they're providing, not just to those who are, when they're responding to calls from service, but the number of people who approached the van because they needed some type of service, whether it be someone's blood sugar was low, another homeless person was looking for a sandwich, someone was asking for resources for homeless services. They really are providing, they were, in the case that I was there, providing this sort of public service in a way that goes so far and above beyond what we think about and what I think about when I think about an ambulance responding to a call. And so as we open and discuss the RFP for the future, I think figuring out how the county can better provide coordination, and so that that those who are out on the street, that they have access to the information about where to send people. If we do have we're now handing out Narcan. I know it's different than the bupropion program, but that our EMS agencies that are ambulance drivers and providers are well connected in not just in the medical care side of things, but in sort of the social information sharing side of things as well. It was hard actually because hearing the drivers talk about how so often they don't know where to send people or they don't have the information. And I said, well, we have it available. Let's get you in touch with this person and that person. But making sure that we're thinking about them as effectively community outreach workers and community health workers in that way. Because I think they're being asked to fill that need when they're not out responding to phone calls. But really appreciate all of the work that you're doing and look forward to seeing how the RFP process comes forward so that we can make sure we have a continuity of providers. The last question I had was, in the past there've been some concerns about complaints that came in about our ambulance service providers. Is that something that we're still tracking, and has that been a trend that we're hearing complaints? Are those all getting resolved appropriately? Is there more to that?
Yeah, so the EMS agency, Steve briefly spoke on our unusual occurrence reporting process. So we do have a form on our website that allows anyone, general public, EMS system participants, whoever it may be, to go on, submit a complaint, ideally a compliment maybe occasionally, those sort of things. And then those are assigned to EMS agency staff members for follow-up. And depending on what the nature of the complaint or concern is, that could involve reaching out to the ambulance providers for additional information, the hospitals, whatever the case may be, as appropriate. Additionally to that, our contracted provider does their own tracking of complaints that they receive internally. So there are some that they are required to refer directly to us. There are some that they can resolve themselves, but they report on all of those regularly to our compliance groups.
And those are being published?
They are part of a QI process, and they often involve patient care or identifiable protected health information, identifiable.
Maybe just in terms of numbers, if we could have
yes, yeah, we definitely
included in our
numbers.
report
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, the numbers are in there. We just hold back on that, anything that might lead to identifying a particular patient or situation.
I'll wrap my comment and just say, in terms of compliments, we'll forever be grateful to Spencer from AMR, who responded when we needed him most. So Spencer, if you're listening, we appreciate you, and our family continues to talk about you regularly. So thank you.
Participates on our committee, so we'll pass that along.
You let Spencer know. You got some love.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the, again, for the presentation and the valuable work that you do. I also last year, got to had to use your the ambulance services as well, and then this year it was Supervisor Adams. So maybe next year, maybe it'll be another supervisor.
Hopefully not me.
Yeah. You guys don't want to be up next to that. I will be there for you if you need them, though.
Thanks for the presentation, though. I just want to thank you for that. Very comprehensive and good work. I appreciate all the work you do.
Yep, very much. Thank you very much. There's no action on this one, just a presentation. So we'll move on to the County Administrator Officer's report.
Yes, and today is my pleasure to actually acknowledge the work being done by the Human Resources Department. Every week or every board meeting, we try to highlight a different department, and this week it is the Human Resources team. So they are currently in MOU negotiations with SEIU, the DSA, which is Monterey County Sheriff's Association, and also the probation labor groups, and the work is great, and it's a good partnership between the different agencies. In addition to that, there has been, and currently there's about 76 base wage studies, a backlog that exists, so we're trying to get those done within 90-day period. So it's going to be very quick, but then of course there'll be another issue that we'll have in terms of those base wage studies. So we're working with the department to try to ensure that we address them systematically. There are 56 classification and base wage compensation studies that are also being worked on, and 26 of those were completed by Natividad and were reviewed by the Human Resources Department. So there's a great deal of work that's coming through our Human Resources team. And in the last year, they did host an annual interactive workplace tour and career exploration fair with Salinas Union High School, and we're able to take the students to some of our departments to have discussions with some of our department heads and increase interest in coming into government service. And there's quite a few videos that have been generated by the team, and also they have partnered with several internship and career fairs with our local education partners, California State University, Monterey Bay, Hartnell College, Monterey Peninsula College, and also the University of California, Santa Cruz. So again, our HR department is working to ensure that we have that new crop of employees coming to work for our county, and through the various internship programs, our department heads are also assisting to ensure we have that flow of employees. So with that, I'd like to thank the team for all the work that they do.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to board comments because we have no new referrals. And Supervisor Adams, you'd like to go first?
Thank you. It's been a great board meeting today. This evening, we are going to have District 5 is having a meeting at the Toro Park Elementary School because there is a group that is looking at the Toro Park cut-through traffic community meeting. We have an issue with people getting off Highway 68 and cutting through the neighborhoods, and it's, especially when you think of the students in the little elementary school, it's really becoming a problem. So TAMC is going to be coordinating this with Monterey County District 5, and I'm looking forward to the meeting from 6:30 to 8 this evening. Also very excited that Cali Roots is coming to town this weekend, and it's going to be a big festival, as it always is. So Monterey County Fairgrounds is going to be quite busy, and that entire area might have some unusual scents in the air. I want to point to your attention to something that I put at all of the supervisors' places, and this is it's a publication from the Carl Cherry Center for the Arts. It's the Poetry Anthology for 2024. And this is the printed poems for the Monterey County High School's Poetry Awards. And there were some submissions from Rancho Cielo, from Rancho San Juan School, from Carmel School, from Santa Catalina, Monterey High, a variety. And many of the winners are, of course, all of the winners are listed in here. But the poetry was, it was just so moving. And each of the students who won came up and read their poems. One girl was unable to do so because it was such a moving poem, and it was a poem about her having lost her best friend. And there are two women teachers who I think they are, one's at Carmel High and the other I think is at Rancho, because they just have had such an influence on these students and their ability to express feelings that they would not be able to express through either regular writing or even speaking. It was beautiful, it really was, and some of them brought me to tears. So I hope that you will enjoy this, and I do hope that you'll take the time to read the poems. And with that, we wish everyone in the county and all of the listeners a very happy Memorial Day. I hope that we don't need the services of the American ambulance, the AMR from our ambulances, since we've been so busy talking about them in our EMS presentation. But it should be another very robust weekend for tourism in Monterey County, and the fact that we have the road open in Highway 1 from the Rocky Creek slip out will make it much, much better for the people who live and work in Big Sur. With that, thank you very much.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know we don't have a regular meeting next Tuesday, but I think there's a lot of graduations happening next week. So I want to thank all our high school students throughout our Monterey County who are graduating and going on to the next chapter in their lives. I know here in Salinas, I think most of the graduations through the Salinas Union High School District are happening on, I think, Thursday, May 30th. But I am attending one of their high school scholarship events at Alisal High this evening, along with the family of Joe Cap, to present the 2 scholarships provided to students in his memory and name. I also want to remind folks that this Thursday I do have my budget and housing town hall at Gavilan Library in North Salinas at 6 o'clock. We'll have bilingual services and some food and refreshments for folks who are attending, trying to provide that additional evening opportunity for Salinas residents to weigh in. Whether they live in District 1 or not, everyone is welcome. And as we just said, Monday is Memorial Day, and that's our annual day that our nation has to mourn and honor our deceased servicemen and women who died in service to our nation. And it originally started 3 years after the Civil War, called Decoration Day, but it was later formalized as Memorial Day by an order in 1868 by Major General John Logan, and then it was made a federal holiday in 1971. So I will be at the Salinas Veterans Memorial for the service they do there annually at 11 a.m. I want to invite the public to join us if they're looking for a Memorial Day event to attend in Salinas. Join us at 855 East Laurel, and you're welcome to be there with us. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yes, thank you. A couple things. Our next virtual town hall will be Wednesdays with Wendy. It'll be on Wednesday, June 5th from 5:30 to 6:30. We'll be on Zoom and Facebook Live hosting an LGBTQ plus IA listening session where we'll hear about the work and ongoing needs of some local programs, including the Epicenter, Salinas Valley Pride, Monterey Peninsula Pride, and our county LGBTQ plus employee resource group. So everyone's welcome to join us and come and learn a little bit more, engage in the conversation. I also wanted to mention that on June 4th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. on Zoom, there will be a California organized Sheriff Oversight in California online forum with California Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, your ad hoc committee of Glenn Church and I for County Sheriff Oversight. We're doing some additional research before we bring our recommendations forward. But for anyone who's interested, I think this will be a great opportunity to continue learning and talking about the issues and hear about what other counties are doing. So I know our local folks are getting the word out as well, but we'll share that. And then tonight, we have our county housing team presenting the draft housing element to both the Marina City Council and the Delray Oaks City Council. Both will be at the same time, so I'll figure out how to be in 2 places at once tonight. But want to really thank our county housing and community development team for being willing to come out into the communities in this way, and to our city councils for being willing to include time on the city council agenda so that they can hear about some of the opportunity sites and the ways in which the county housing element could potentially have impact on city functions and operations and planning. So join us for either one of those if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad it's a short meeting because I think the allergies are getting to my voice. It's getting weaker as I go through the day. So hopefully I can finish my my comments. Last week we had the Moss Landing community meeting, which was well attended, and I also went to the Castroville's party in the plaza. A lot of great old cars, classic cars, and nice parade. Seeing many people entering from throughout North County. There's also the Historical Society event on Saturday, which was to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Bronda Adobe being on the National Register, as well as a rededication of the Baton Death March memorial and an opening of a historical library there. And speaking of Memorial Day, in Moss Landing at the Castroville Cemetery, this is will be the 28th annual Avenue of the Flags ceremony, in which the names of veterans will be read, followed by a 3-volley salute. On a personal note, that is where my father is buried, a Korean War veteran and Purple Heart recipient. We also have the nonprofit Horses, Hope, and Kids have an open house this Sunday, 10 to 3 at Rancho Cielo. They will be, they're partnering with Rancho Cielo to provide an equine-assisted learning program for children with social and emotional difficulties or disabilities. And with that, I, to close my comments just on commemoration of those who have given their lives to this country over many, many years. Do we have any readout from closed session?
There's no reportable action, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Thank you.